It looks like we got everybody. Big smiles. Good evening and welcome to tonight's regular Milpitas City Council meeting. Here in the month of May, we're headed towards June, folks, the end of our fiscal year, and we're really getting into the mix of the most important items that we have throughout the whole year, which is budgeting. I want to welcome members of our public tuning in here in person at the City Hall chambers or online across Facebook.com live stream or YouTube.com. And I also want to welcome our city staff as well, everybody joining us on the Zoom or here in person at City Hall. We are socially distanced in other areas besides the dais. With that said, we're going to move this meeting along very well tonight and call this meeting to order, and we'll go to our city clerk for the roll call.
Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Dominguez. Councilmember Fan.
Present.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Here.
Mayor
Here.
Tran.
Here, thank you very much. And next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And next is the invocation. We'll be very brief here, and I do want to take a moment of silence for Norman Netta. I think passed away this morning, and I was just at the airport the other day, and I will be there tomorrow actually to fly out to another funeral. But let's take a moment of silence for the former mayor of San Jose, United States Congressman and Secretary of Transportation. Okay, great. Thank you very much. And we know as a public servant, the Honorable Mineta really is quite arguably one of the greatest public servants to come out of our valley here. So his life certainly touched everybody here. So moving on to presentations, I'll come on down by myself and we'll do the presentations. Wonderful, fantastic. Thank you so much. We got a lot of high quality items here tonight, including the presentations. Really looking forward to a super effective and efficient meeting and moving the city forward to next Tuesday, because next Tuesday we'll have a special meeting for the proposed, I think, general fund budget. Okay, so we're on a roll, everybody, here in Milpitas. Let's keep it going. First presentation is a proclamation for Affordable Housing and Building Safety Month. As the world emerges from the global pandemic, the importance of a safe, stable, and affordable home has become more crucial now than ever. Regionally, May is recognized as Affordable Housing Month by Silicon Valley at Home, a local nonprofit here, with the theme Reimagining Home. This year, to invite the community to think outside the box, deepen their knowledge, and join together to shift the collective perspective on building equitable, inclusive, restorative communities. Nationally, May 2022 is celebrated as the 42nd annual Building Safety Month by the International Code Council, with the theme Safety for All, Building Codes in Action, to recognize their Community strength depends on the safety and economic value of the homes and buildings that serve our residents, both in everyday life and in times of disaster. And we want to recognize our building safety and housing department here under Director Sharon Goey. I think now is a good time to give a shout out to everybody in the department over there for all their hard work. There's a lot that goes on. To commemorate this month, the city is collaborating with nonprofit partners to raise awareness, activate, and engage our community. The city of Milpitas is strongly committed to affordable housing. Yes, we are. And building safety. Absolutely. And therefore, I, Mayor Rich Tran, on behalf of the great city council, proclaim the month of May of this year as Affordable Housing and Building Safety Month. Okay, next up is a proclamation for National Mental Health Awareness Month. Each May, we raise awareness about the importance of mental health and its impact on the well-being of all Americans, including children, adults, families, and communities across Milpitas. All Americans experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives, and mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being. The COVID-19 pandemic has created an unprecedented mental health crisis across our country, and we have seen friends, family members, coworkers, and maybe even ourselves, I think so, struggle with stress, anxiety, grief, and depression. Our city remains committed to helping residents, everybody, you, who face mental health challenges by expanding its social services from primarily seniors to all ages, and connecting the most vulnerable with support groups, trainings, vaccinations to food insecurity, and local resources. Therefore, I, Mayor Rich Tran, on behalf of the City Council, proclaim the month of May this year as Mental Health Month. And we have one more proclamation for tonight, and we'll have some more in 2 weeks from now. Last but not least, we're going to go ahead and proclaim this month as Older Americans Month, as stated. Every May, the city of Milpitas joins the nation in celebrating the countless contributions that older adults make to our communities every day. This year's theme is Age My Way, emphasizing that older adults have individual and unique needs. There is a growing number of older Americans who contribute their strength, wisdom, and experience to our community. Our city is committed to strengthening our community by connecting with and supporting older adults, their families, and caregivers, and acknowledging their many valuable contributions to society. This month, we pay tribute to the seniors who raised and guided us throughout our lives and honor their contributions. Very proud of our city of Milpitas. I think the senior meals program, we spend over $100,000 for that. Our community development block grants through the federal government, we really ensure we prioritize our seniors with funding for nonprofits, and just all our senior activities in the community, not just here on city property or city hall or the senior center. I think it's really a great effort across Milpitas. So the senior commission, is it the senior advisory commission? The seniors commission, that's another very important commission. Who's the liaison on that one? Councilmember Chua, I thought so, yep. And so, yeah. And I'll tell you what, we're just here in Milpitas, and we're going to take care of our parents and our grandparents, and we're going to take care of our friends, parents, and grandparents, and so every day is not just Older Americans Month, but just looking after the family month. Here we go. Here's the proclamation, and let's get back to the meeting. Moving on to public forum, those in attendance that would like to speak on any item and not on the agenda tonight, now's your time. Now's your time for the public forum. Public forum will be 1 minute per comment tonight. Agenda items 1 minute per public comment as well. If folks in the chamber want to speak for the public forum, any item not on the agenda, that could be you. Don't hesitate. Come on up. Yes, yes. Dive on in. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Habib Aziz. I am a parent of a child that attends William Burnett School. And tonight I'd like to bring up a point of there are a lot of parents that are concerned with I guess traffic rules not being followed on the corner of Banyan and Kennedy Streets. We'd like to propose getting either a stoplight or stop signs. I guess if we can't do stoplights, maybe install stop signs in the meantime at that intersection. Me, myself, along with other parents that have kids that go to that school, have seen actually and experienced people not following traffic regulations. That tends to stop with having law enforcement on site. However, when law enforcement is not present, what ends up happening is people don't necessarily follow traffic rules. And
Right
I believe
on.
that.
Thank you. Yeah, we took notes, and I do believe we're going to see some change there. I think folks are working on it right now. The city and school district collaborative subcommittee, we have started the ball rolling on ensuring places are good. So thank you for your comments. Appreciate that.
All right.
Yeah, feel free to email us. We can talk unlimited. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Talk soon. All right. Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Montemayor, come on up. Quite the gentleman. Yes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, and staff. Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. I'm just adding. This bulleted 1, 2, 3. It touches us all. For the housing, I was here with most of you, all of you, the ADU last time, and that will help on the housing, affordable housing. And there were realtors and building inspectors, all those technical people were there, and everybody were there. Also in front of the senior center, verbally, I also attended the last minute of the Earth Day. Oh wow! I have some items to bring home. So thank you guys for organizing and doing this with other sponsors. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, public forum. Let's go to the Zoom. This is a hybrid meeting for folks, members of the public, to be more specific. If you're here for an agenda item, it would benefit you to wait till we get to the item here on the list. And the list is really the agenda, the agenda. And if you're joining us per usual, welcome back. We're back together, and it's another agenda, and we're going to accomplish a lot of great work. If you're new, if it's your first meeting and you're wondering where the agenda is, it's on the City of Milpitas website. Go check it out. www.milpitas.gov. Is that going to work? Does that one work? Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Milpitas.gov. Come check us out. And I think there's a search bar. You can look for the agenda, but welcome. All right, moving on to announcements and future agenda items. We'll go to our city Manager, Steve McHarris.
Thank you, Mayor Tran and members of the council. I have no announcements this evening.
Thank you very much. And I do not have any announcements either. Check my list here. But a future agenda item I'd like to request for through the city manager and support of the council for the Science, Technology, and Innovation Commission to agendize and explore sort of a comprehensive internet connectivity plan. The internet's been quite a challenge, needless to say, for many of our residents and businesses. We're losing a lot of money. We can't accept debit cards at Mills Diner. I'm at Bond Fair, can't get a bag of potato chips, nothing. And so I feel a lot of pain for our businesses and our valued sales taxes. But so yeah, we gotta, if we can have a commission go over a sort of a work, put the great commission, they'll do a lot of the work. And under our Director of Information Systems, Daniel Nam, perhaps they can, kind of map out what's out there outside of City Hall, and we can explore more options for internet connectivity. I know folks were throwing around a couple new companies that I've never heard of or ever met, so I was like, it's worth checking out. We could be the most connected city in the world. Okay, that's it for me. Moving on to my colleagues, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. I first want to thank our audience for coming and our community for putting forward the request for the light as well as the stop sign. I'm not too sure if you guys are aware, but I personally, obviously, I've experienced a rear end collision due to distracted driving, and it's extremely difficult to process, and I can't even imagine the just how parents are feeling right now about this intersection. And while I see it in a that it's being having conversations at a committee, I do not want to miss the opportunity for the budget season to explore putting in a light or at least a four-way stop sign. I know that a couple of budget sessions ago, we explored and funded a citywide traffic study for this purpose, so we wouldn't have to do a traffic study on each intersection, and for us to have the ability to see where were our hot spots with where we needed traffic mitigation to slow down the traffic. So personally, I would like to see the light as a topic of conversation during the budget, to either foresee it in a future CIP or see where we could put it. I do want to take it out of that committee. I think that conversation is too important. It's too critical, and we can no longer wait for another casualty to happen in this intersection. Our community is demanding a light, and that's what's important for them. And so I want to take every opportunity to explore putting a light and that four-way stop sign before anybody else gets hurt. So I would like to see this as part of the list, and I hope that I could get a second in order to move this item forward into a council conversation and not in just a committee or a commission, because I think this conversation needs to take place now. Could I kindly ask for a second on this to place it on that list of priorities for this council?
Point of information, we're about 4 or 5 steps ahead of you right now. Our city traffic manager and director of engineering are already working on the study for not just that intersection, but for another one over on Shasta. So your proposal right now at this moment is really 2 or 3 months behind. So
with all due respect, Mayor, that's not my
working.
request. I made it very clear, and I'm grateful that in other areas, we're always working on traffic, we're always working on issues, but we need to have it somewhere written. If it's not written for the public to see, it's like we're not really working on it, or we're not giving them transparency so they could see what is going on. So I would at least like to have it then come back as a presentation in order for all of us to get that update. including the community.
A point of information, an email was sent to the entire city council appropriately. And I did post it on my Facebook as well, the update to the intersection road safety plan.
Mayor,
Next.
with all due respect, I'm not asking for your personal post. That is not a document that is quantified by the city. And so the emails to the city council are not for the public. And so while we get that update, I think it's important for the public to understand the update on this intersection. And so I do believe then that update needs to happen in a commission, if that's what you're requesting, because that's not what I heard. I heard that you're just talking about it. But if you are willing to put a presentation to come back in that commission that you stated in order for our entire city to have access to, so they could see where the stance is on this. And point of clarification, 3 budgets ago, our office actually asked for this item to be brought forward, and that is what kicked off a citywide traffic study. So it's been 3 years. And so I understand the community's frustration because I'm feeling the same frustration. So could I at least have the commitment that that presentation is going to happen in the commission in the next meeting?
Point of information, we did fund a citywide traffic study. I think it was before you were elected.
Mayor, this is not about me.
Excuse me,
This is
excuse me,
about the
excuse me, excuse me,
community.
I'm talking. Pardon,
Not
point of
today.
order, point of order.
Not today.
Excuse me.
Not
excuse me.
today.
Okay.
I've made a request.
I have no further comment.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Perfect. So at this time, I am asking for a second and our community is watching. And if there's no second, then our community is able to see who's really talking about putting a light there and bringing this into a transparent conversation, or who's willing to continue these conversations before closed door without the community's input. Thank you.
Okay, moving
I'm
on,
not done
moving
yet.
on.
I am not done yet. I'm still speaking. Thank you. So the next item that I would like to talk about is, many of you guys know that there is conversations happening around a leak that has happened from the Supreme Court. It's a draft opinion in regards to women's right to choose. I personally think that this is an attack on women's right to choose. This is our fundamental right. It is a right that has been given to us many, many years ago. Personally, I would like to kindly ask this council for a written statement supporting women, not just in Milpitas, but in our nation as one leadership group in order to support and oppose this draft opinion. I do believe that we have to be in front of it versus wait to see what happens. This is an issue. It's a gender issue. It's an issue that should be fundamental for all women. Nobody should be deciding on what other women's right is over their bodies. I stand very firmly on this, and I do hope that this council is able to at least put forward a statement that is united in order to support a woman's right to choose. This time I am asking for a second in order to draft a statement for the city to put out in support and oppose of the Supreme Court draft opinion that has been leaked.
Point of inquiry, is this a official Supreme Court decision, or is this a unverified leak or draft?
I would like to understand your question in terms of, are you asking if the leak draft is something that's confirmed? Yes, it has been posted in all media and news articles. And so it is out there. It is a topic of conversation, not only by the president, but our Congressmember Rokana, who has put out a statement, as well as a governor in the state of California.
Okay, I'm gonna need more time. I might have to have some community meetings. Thank you.
In that case, I would like to ask if we could sign an amicus brief in order to support Roe versus Wade on behalf of the city of Milpitas. There's plenty, that is something that's been standing for years. And so I hope that the city takes a stand on that.
I would love to take a stand for the community. I think I need to meet with the community first. This is an issue that I do not have firsthand experience. Thank you.
As a woman of color and a woman in the city of Milpitas, and one of the 3 women up here, I am making it very clear, no man and nobody should decide on my fundamental rights as a woman. In this city, we either could take a stand now or we could sit on the sidelines. And I hope that this leadership does not sit on the sidelines. And so in terms of talking with the community, I think the community and the Constitution of the United States is a fundamental paper that states what our ancestors and our founding fathers have fought for. And this includes the fundamental rights of women to have and choose their own bodies, what we do with our own reproductive rights. If we can't stand tall right now and say that we're for it, then we are against it, and we're watching history go in shambles. And so it's okay if you are against it. I'd rather just know where your stand's at. But I will say, and I will ask that you be mindful that an abstention or not supporting this means that you are against women's right to choose, and that's in a public forum.
Excuse me.
There's a second on the floor. It's out to a vote. I would like to do a roll call vote.
My final statement is Sunday is Mother's Day, and I need to meet with my mother to discuss this. Thank you.
That's great. Mother's Day, I am a mother, and I do not want to put my daughter in a position where she has to choose for her right to vote, for her fundamental right to make decisions over her body. I am a mom. I've been a mom, a single mom. And I'm also a mentor to many of our children and young women in the city who are extremely concerned and who have been talking to me. Young high school students have been asking me to advocate for this. And that is why I'm bringing it forward. And it's a shame, Mayor. It is a shame that once again, you are going against women. If you do not have the audacity to stand up for us, then stand to the side and don't get in the way. There is a second. I would like a roll call vote.
This is not agendized, so we're not going to vote on it.
There is a second on the floor. Robert's Rules of Order. Where is our city attorney? City attorney, could we move to a roll call vote for this in order to bring this back as an item on the priority list for city council? There is a second on the floor. Could you please call a roll call vote?
This is not agendized.
It doesn't
per
need
the
to
Brown
be
Act.
agendized.
Let's go to our city attorney. This is getting too serious. This is not even on the agenda for tonight, and folks are accusing each other of doing bad things when, I think we're all each allowed to speak for ourselves. It's kind of hurtful. And if I want to talk to my mother about something, I should be allowed that. So don't attack me. Let's go to our city attorney.
Thank you. My understanding would be that with a motion in a second, it would be appropriately brought back before the council as a future agenda item, and that no roll call vote is necessary for that.
Thank you.
That said, I would like some clarification because 2 potential options were discussed. One of them was filing amicus brief in the matter of Dobbs, I believe. And the second would be a resolution or statement in opposition to the decision in Dobbs.
They could probably be in conjunction, but if we had to move with one solid direction, I would move with the first one.
Okay, I can see what I can do about that. Dobbs has already been briefed, which is why it's in the decision area. So they're likely not accepting amicus briefs on that issue.
Okay. So you could bring it back for discussion, and then we could move direction.
We can certainly get further direction at a future agenda.
Could you bring back some options in order for us to discuss and then move forward once it gets brought back to council?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. With that, thank you very much, Mayor, for your time.
I have a couple questions. How are you moving forward city business when there's not a majority support at this point for any item? Is there something I don't know?
So my understanding is this is a future agenda item, and that once a future agenda item gets buddied, it will be brought back for future agenda for discussion. No action will be taken accept action in my office to bring back options for you guys in the future.
Okay, well, I just want to reiterate, I think we need to have some community meetings for such sensitive items. It's like when these council members voted to rename Dixon Landing to Obama, there were no meetings that happened. And it stirred up this town pretty good. I'm not here to do that. And so whatever the case may be, I encourage my colleagues to go out in the community and have some meetings about it before you start putting it in the newspaper. That's just not effective use of time for our city. So my position is mine, and I'll state it when I state it. So, but not looking forward to seeing any item move forward without the majority of the council behind it. So that's just not how we roll. But okay, all right. Any further comment, Councilmember Dominguez?
I just want to make something clear, Mayor, that it's not, when we talk about issues that are going to go against civil liberties and the civil rights of people, we've made decisions on this council over naming parks, naming streets. These are fundamental rights. If you don't understand what the fundamental rights of women are and how important it is that as a leader in the city, we take a stand together and say, we are going to be against this. You need to, that's like standing on the sidelines. And I need you to understand that. And our community has been loud and clear. They need leadership with backbone. They don't need leaders that are just going to be up here giving each other 3 votes. And Milpitas, if you are watching, I want you to know that our rights as women are under attack, and we need you to step up for us. We can no longer allow people to stand and just watch. History is about, it is about to turn. Our ancestors are turning in their graves because of this. And if you don't understand the fundamental value of a woman choosing their right over their bodies, wow. I am not only sickened to hear that from my mayor, because I live here.
I didn't say that.
But I'm
So
saddened.
I did not. You're putting words in my
I am
mouth.
still speaking, Mayor,
Yeah.
to your comments. You asked me if I had
Oh,
any
okay. This
additional
is
comments.
items not agendized. So due to the Brown Act, you need to wrap it up.
Sure. Thank you very much for allowing me to wrap it up. So, Milpitas, if you are watching, we need your support. Today, the Santa Clara County supported Planned Parenthood with additional funding in order to continue to support not only reproductive rights, but also just regular medical rights. And this is something that this organization does. Please stand up, voice your opinions, do not be afraid, and don't let anybody shut you down. We're here to support you. Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan, for your leadership and for your courage. Take care.
Councilmember Dominguez, I apologize to you. I've been informed by our city manager that I misunderstood the future agenda items process that you guys go through, which is frankly unique to your city. And so without a majority of the quorum, the item will not come back.
I encourage you to write a memo. What is it exactly that you're requesting? This is a very important item to all our families. And, you know, we are not opposed to you. You make it seem like that, but we're just asking for a discussion. That's
great,
a part,
Mayor.
part of me. It's a part of democracy. We need to have a discussion. It's not that, you know, there's more to understand. I know you may understand it, but other people need help, and you need to help other people understand, not just on the council, but in the community. We need to bring each other up instead of putting each other down.
Absolutely.
And so please don't accuse me of something I never stated. And so please, let's bring up the community.
Perfect. Let's bring it up. So I'm going to call for a vote, because what our community needs to see is that a lot of council members hide behind this dais, behind rules and opinions that are only for Milpitas, as you guys saw. So I want to call a vote. I got a second. Per Robert's Rules of Order, we go down the aisle and we vote for majority. Milpitas will be able to see either you're standing with them, with us, or against us. It's that simple, Mayor. And so you're right. I don't need to accuse you. Let's go ahead and call this for a vote, starting with Councilmember Evelyn Chua, because we have a second. And let me see how you're voting. That's what I want to see. Are you going to be supporting this item or not?
Excuse me. I'm going to go talk to my family first before I make any decision. And I'm entitled to that right. Now, it doesn't mean I'm opposed to you, because you'd be surprised how I feel. Now, if you're going to allow me to go talk to my family, we all have families here. And so there's a lot, we have to talk to the community as well. Now, if we're not entitled to our freedom of speech and that part of democracy, I think right now you're standing up, your body language is, it's kind of overbearing or overtowering. And so please just give us time to meet with our families and our community members. This is a very important issue.
Mayor, with all due respect, the reason that I'm standing up is I actually got in a car accident on Friday and I can't sit down for more than 30 minutes. So thank you for assuming that I'm standing up because I'm overpowering you. I wonder if you would have said the same thing if it would have been another man, if it would have been a man standing up. But because I am standing up for my own health reasons, and why I'm here is because this item, along with the entire agenda, is so important. So first, please don't assume. Second, it's my health condition, and I'm going to be standing up during the duration of this entire meeting because I can't sit for more than 30 minutes. So going back with you feeling, I'm sorry that you are feeling that way. That is not my intention. However, my intention is to represent the city of Milpitas. I called for a vote. We have a second. Robert's Rules of Order states that if there is a second, there should move to a roll call vote. If not, District Attorney, please move us to what we should be doing next, because there is a second, active second on the floor right now.
I'm gonna need more time. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, so then we could go down the roll call and then you could go ahead and express that in a vote.
Well, I don't see a majority, so I've seen enough.
Okay, so could we please move to a roll call vote? City Attorney, there's a second. We need a roll call vote.
I'm not seeing a majority, so.
I want a roll call vote in order. That's what the community wants, and I'm here to, we could continue to debate. Robert's Rules of Order are very clear. There is an active second on the floor. The second means we do a roll call vote. So we start with Councilmember Evelyn Chua and we go down the vote. We go down the line. That's how we've done it in the past, and it shouldn't be any different.
This is not agendized. I'm sorry.
It doesn't need to be a community. It does not need to be agendized. Robert's Rules of Order says if there's an idea and if there's a second, you go down for a vote. I'm going to continue saying that.
This discussion has reached the time limit. Do you have any other items before we move on?
Are you going to violate the Brown Act? I mean, are you going to Robert's Rules of Order? Because this is an active second. You do
this
not
is
have
not
the power to
agendized,
just
so
say no.
there cannot be a motion. It's simple. If it's not agendized, there cannot be a motion.
Actually, that's not correct. There is a second on the floor. This is an active vote.
Do you have any, we're under future agenda items here. Do you have any other future agenda items?
That is my idea.
It's been, I think, 20 minutes. So we're going to move on. Next up, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. During my orientation over a year ago, it's been emphasized to me that during the announcement portion, for any new items or any announcement for that matter, there's a limit of 6 minutes. I don't understand why we passed that 6 minutes. And that's my frustration. And I think next time I would look to our city attorney to clarify that. So we won't have any discussion on if it's 20 minutes or 6 minutes. I just want to know for myself. Thank you so much. For my announcements, number one, I would like to thank the Filipino American Real Estate Professional Association and the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce and really the different departments for last Saturday's ADU workshop. It was well attended by the panelists, and also I want to give a shout out to Public Works Director Tony Anda for being there, Director of Housing Sharon, and also planning director, Ned Thomas. It was really productive and really got some positive feedback from a lot of positive feedback from the residents. Number two, for this Saturday, it's from 11 to 1 p.m. We're having the senior resource fair where everybody, most especially the seniors, can be made aware of the different programs and services that we have for our senior residents. We will also have, if you're ready, can you please show the flyers for the senior? There you go. So this is the flyer for this Saturday, and also as a gift, the next one, please. They're going to get this free backpack for the first 300 seniors if they participate. So it's going to be exciting this Saturday. So we invite everybody. Please tell your neighbors, your friends, and your relatives to come on down. It's going to be exciting. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
You're welcome, and I will do a better job presiding over the meeting. I know it's my responsibility to manage the time for each member, so that's on me. Okay, next up here for announcements and future agenda items. It seems to be not as simple a portion of the meeting as I thought, but let's hear Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So announcements. I attended the Westmont Senior Living 1-year anniversary last week. It was really great. This is a project that first was initiated back when I was on the city council in 2014, and it has come to fruition. And of course, it's already 1 year. I can't believe it's so fast. But most of the residents there are very happy there. And well, I think all of them were the ones that were there, and very exciting to see that they're doing a great job there. The other announcement, I attended the ADU workshop. That was a huge success. FARIPA, Filipino American Real Estate Association, they took the bull by the horns. They led the whole program. Our city staff did a wonderful job. And I really thank you, Councilmember Chua, for spearheading this. It was a great brainchild of yours. Also, I'm the liaison for the Parks and Recs Commission, and it was announced that this summer they are going to have a really great summer camping program. It's the first time ever, and they've already gotten a lot of inquiries about it. So I'm really excited that this is going to be a one-of-a-kind program, and a camping at the Higuera Adobe Park. So I really look forward to that. And those are my announcements. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Wonderful job of my colleagues in the community. I was over in the Philippines over the last week, and every time I checked my phone, it was the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Chua they're just battling it out. Who's going to go to more events? And the Ladies Guild, all these great things. I'm inspired by my colleagues. Thank you so much. Here in Milpitas. Great. So we'll go to Councilmember Fan.
Sure. Thank you. This is not a request, just an announcement, but I do want to begin by thanking my colleague, Councilmember Dominguez, for taking a stand for reproductive rights. Supervisor Cindy Chavez and San Jose Councilmember Deb Davis have produced a letter to be sent to Governor Gavin Newsom in support of reproductive rights, asking the governor to establish California as a sanctuary for the rights of women to control their own bodies. If any of my colleagues feel so empowered, I welcome you to join me in and the supervisor and the council member in support of this letter.
Can you share the letter?
I'm happy to send that via email to the rest of you.
Yeah, I understand it's a city manager perhaps, and we'll look at it. Always got to look at the letter, right? Always got to look before you sign. So
Sure.
yeah, thank you for sharing. Okay, anything else, Councilmember Fan? Okay, wonderful. All right, moving on to announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We want to welcome to the dais our new city attorney, Michael Multipath. How you doing?
Very well, thank you, Mayor. So I asked the mayor and each city council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
And we'll go with Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
And myself as a none. Michael.
Let the record reflect, no conflict was reported. There are two development projects on the agenda for today, so I'll ask the second question. Mayor Tran and members of the Milpitas City Council, please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from the development project applicant for development projects on tonight's agenda.
And Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez. None by Councilmember Dominguez. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
And myself, I just want to check item number 16. It says Sarah Way. I kind of live over there. There's no street address here, is there, for the project? Right? Where does this look? It's probably a none, but I want to be sure here. Is there a street address here?
I have 1380 to 1400 South Main.
1380. Let me check my map here. This is probably far off from where I live. South Main. Okay. Yeah. Okay, no, that's a no for me. Our city attorney, Michael Mutali Passy. Okay, great. I think I'm the last no on that one.
And
folks, you always got to worry and be concerned about some of these development projects. You can't vote on them if you live within a certain distance. I think 1,000 feet, 500 feet, somewhere along there. So we always do our due diligence, check our maps. Great thing with the internet. I don't know how folks did it back in the day. So that's a no from me, city attorney. So I think we can.
all right, let the record show there are no reported conflicts.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move to the reading of the City Council Code of Conduct. I'll go ahead and read it. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, body language. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Let's focus on the issue, folks, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration, and council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Okay. Moving on to the approval of agenda. I look to my colleagues for any request. Any request, approval of agenda, folks. See anything interesting? For the approval of the agenda, I want to move item number 18 right after number 15, after the 18, after the public hearing, one public hearing item number 15. Let's move item number 18 up. Let's it deserves it. It deserves it if you've been following our meetings. Item number 18, shout out. And we support item number 18. We're gonna move it up to right after number 15. Okay, that's my request. Any further requests? Pretty nice agenda we have tonight. think the last few, especially I think maybe 2 or 3 agendas ago, I had some concerns. I said, is this what it's going to be like? Is this what it's going to be like for the rest of the fiscal year? But tonight we come together and we're going to do some great work, folks. All right, so I'll go ahead and move to approve the agenda myself if I hear no objections. Oh, I hear no objections. The agenda is approved. Moving on to consent calendar, we'll go to Vice Mayor Montano.
No, I second that.
Okay, I haven't made a motion for it yet, though.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
You gotta. There's a process. There's a process. Yeah. Okay. I'm just looking for a request. I'm looking for a request. I want to be considerate. You know, if you ever sit here. No, I didn't ask for it. If you ever sit here, you'll understand you got to hear everybody out. And I do my best. Do my best. Okay. I'll move to approve the consent calendar. If I hear no objections. I hear no objections. The consent calendar is approved. Save you the trouble there. All right, let's go to the public hearing on
Mayor?
15. Yes.
We need a second and a roll call vote for to approve the consent.
We have to have it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
This is
I'll move to
resolutions.
approve the consent calendar. Need a second. We have a second from the vice mayor. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion's carried. Thank you. All right. Item number 15, let's hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the 23-27 CIP, also known as the Capital Improvement Program. We have here on our agenda our Director of Engineering, Steve Erickson, and our CIP Manager, Michael Silvera, and they're with us via Zoom. Folks, if you're watching at home, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Michael Silvera will give the presentation tonight. If we could promote Michael and bring up the presentation, please. Well, I'll go ahead and start it then. So this is item 15, public hearing for the approval of the 2023 to 2027 capital improvement program. Next slide, please.
Hello, Steve.
So, yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Oh, sorry about that. Good evening, mayors and city council meeting members. Let's see here. Okay, everything's down. My name is Michael Sferra, the CIP manager. As Steve stated, this is item 15, public hearing for approval of the 23-27 capital improvement program. So for tonight's agenda, we're going to review the CIP calendar and process, and then review the 23-27 5-year capital improvement program, and conclude with the recommendation. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at the CIP calendar process since the beginning of the year. At the study session on February 8th, staff presented the proposed CIP document to City Council. On March 7th, the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resource Commission recommended that City Council approve the park section, the CIP. A few weeks later, on March 23rd, Planning Commission adopted a resolution number 22003, finding the proposed 23-27 CIP to be in conformance with the city's general plan as required by California Government Code. On April 5th, Council provided input to outstanding issues related to the CIP. Tonight, staff is recommending to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution for approval of the 23-27 CIP. The next step will be on June 7th, where tonight's related funding actions for the first year of the adopted 23-27 CIP will be presented for Council's consideration as part of the approval of the 22-23 adopted budget. Next slide, please. Here are key project updates made to the proposed CIP since the study session. There are 3 new projects added to the program, which are Historic Resource Master Plan Update, Railroad Quiet Zone Feasibility Study, and the construction of a Rose Garden with Child Memorial. The next key update is the funding was increased by $50,000 for Public Art Project number 3489 for the annual memorial program. For San Jose Wastewater Facility Project number 6118, funding was decreased in the amount of $5.16 million, and the budget estimated were adjusted in the out years based on the Water Pollution Control Draft 2227 CIP. And lastly, 3 projects were listed in the planned projects without funding section, which are the gateway signage, council chambers AV system replacement, and City Hall energy management system. Next slide, please. Now I'll present the 23-27 capital improvement program. The 5-year CIP budget that is brought forward tonight consists of 139 projects for an estimated amount of $204.7 million. The budget includes projects with insufficient or funding needs in the amount of nearly $83 million. The chart shown on this slide is a breakdown of estimated costs and the number of projects per each category. I'll pause here for a few seconds. Next slide, please. Here's a summary cost for fiscal year 22-23 by each category with associated number of projects. Staff is recommending approval to fund 40 projects for an estimated cost of nearly $24 million. I'll give you a few seconds to review the table. Next slide, please. The next 4 slides are the 40 projects recommended to be funded. The funding for these projects will be available on July 1st at the start of the new fiscal year 22-23. Each table shows the project name and number and the recommended funding amount and sources. Here is a list of the 15 projects in the community category and the amount of nearly $5.1 million. 6 of these projects are new to the community section, which are GIS development and data collection, Fire Station 1 module building replacement, public safety mobile computer terminals, AVAC repairs and upgrades at the Public Works and Police Building, Historic Resource Master Plan update, and the Railroad Quiet Zone feasibility study. I'll pause here for a few seconds for your review. Next slide.
Thank you very much, Michael. Let me, I'll wait till the presentation's done. I'm sorry. Carry on. I'm sorry.
Okay, very good. Thank you. In the parks category, there are 5 projects recommended to be funded in the amount of nearly $1.6 million. Please note the construction of a rose garden with Children's Memorial is a new project added to the section in the amount of $200,000. Give you a few seconds to review these 5 projects. Next slide, please. There are 9 projects in the streets category recommended to be funded in the amount of nearly $8.5 million. Not shown on the list, but there will be 1 new project that will be added to the category for the annual street resurfacing project in fiscal year 26-27. Give you a few seconds here to review this list. Next slide, please. Here are 7 water-related projects in the amount of $1.8 million and 4 sewer-related projects in the amount of $6.9 million. The projects are typically funded by the water and sewer funds. Take a few seconds here. Next slide, please. Here's a funding summary of the fiscal year 22-23 budget, which is broken down by major funding sources per category. The major funding sources are listed along the top row, and the category descriptions are listed in the far left column. 3.9 million from the general government fund will fund majority of the community projects. Street projects will be funded by either a task fund or a street related fund in the amount of $8.5 million. 3.6 million in tax fund will be used to fund task related street projects, and 4.9 million will be funded by a street related fund such as gas tax, Measure B, SB1, street improvement funds, and vehicle registration fee. 7.2 million from the sewer fund will be funded for sewer related projects. Majority of this amount is to fund the city's contribution to the rehabilitation project at the San Jose wastewater facility. The water fund will fund approximately 1.8 million for water related projects. In the second to last column on the right are other funds. That includes public art fund, midtown and park improvement funds, permit automation fee, community fees. These funds will fund some community related projects, but the majority will fund park projects. Next slide, please. Now I'll provide an update on the Sports Center visitor bleacher. On April 5th, staff presented addition of new visitor bleachers to the field at the Sports Center for an estimated cost between $275,000 to $300,000. Due to the high cost, council requested staff to return with a lower cost option. An alternative option is to install 2 concrete slabs that will function as a designated seating area. They will be placed adjacent to the existing visitor bleachers to provide a stable concrete surface for chairs to be placed away from the sidelines and field of play. And then later, the concrete slabs could be used for a future bleacher structure. The estimated cost to install one 10-foot by 30-foot concrete slab is $40,000, and 2 slabs is $65,000. The 23-27 CIP does not include funding for this project. Next slide, please. Tonight's recommendation: open the public hearing to receive any comment, and then move to close the hearing. The second is adopt a resolution approving the 23-27 capital improvement program. This concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will go ahead. I'll move to open to the public hearing. I'll move to open up the public hearing if I hear no objections. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now open. Public comment, come on up.
Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. We can't scrutinize anymore. I think we really need those projects. So yeah, it's a good complete presentation. Thank you there. Steve and Michael, thank you.
Very positive. Okay, I don't see anybody else in the chamber. We'll go to the Zoom. Folks, if you're here for item number 15, it's the public hearing. That means we're going to hear from the public. And so I see virtual raised hands. First up, we have Anna. And we'll get your microphone. Yes.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yes. So Mayor Tran, City Council, my name is Anna Yoncheva. I have been a resident of Milpitas for the past 16 years. My family and my extended family also lives in Milpitas. I have a 20-year-old son with developmental disability, autism. We moved to Milpitas when he was 4 years old. So basically all of his conscious life, he has lived in Milpitas, and he would like to continue to live in Milpitas. If anyone has any idea about autism, they will understand that people with autism require a structured environment, and moving to a new place would be very challenging to such a person. Basically being uprooted from what they have known their whole life and being taken out of the structured environment, in some cases can be even basically detrimental to the well-being of such a person. So
thank you so much. That's 1 minute. I don't see, I'm not sure where you're trying to get to that for item number 15, but I invite you to
I
contact.
did not raise my hand for item number 15. This is for support for the Mill on Main project,
Oh,
allocating affordable housing for people with disabilities.
right. No, absolutely. You're in the right place. Just wait a little bit for the right time. The item that you're looking for is item number 17.
Yeah, I do not know. I did not raise my hand for, I don't know how it happened. I'm sorry about that, but this
No
is
worries.
not,
I'm
not
gonna,
the-
if I see your hand, I'm gonna call you. I want to hear from everybody. Just
okay,
hold on
I
tight with
did
us.
not get the chance to finish. There's more things I wanted to say.
Okay, yeah,
but-
you want to wait till item number 17,
Okay,
and then
sure.
you can speak. Just hang on tight. We're here. I won't
Okay.
leave you. I won't leave you. Okay, just hang on tight. And actually, I'll look for you, Anna. Once we get to 17, I'll look for you. So we got your back and your family. Okay, great. We're still here for the public hearing on number 15, and we have Robert Means, a virtual raised hand.
I've got 5 brief points to make.
60 seconds.
Pardon?
60 seconds.
I'm afraid that 60 seconds won't be enough to do that. So at the end, I'll ask for an extension.
No.
Loopworks would like to offer 5 comments regarding the CIP. First has to do with the CIP, the Montague POC, the pedestrian overcrossing at Penitencia Creek. While we applaud that being in the plan, there are 2 more POCs that are needed to cross railroads that are presenting barriers to both the Parktown residents to get to Midtown and the Pines residents to get to the BART station. That's point 1. Point 2 has also to do with the Montague POC at Penitencia, which is projected to cost $25 million, which is $10 million more than the cost of the Montague POC at Piper Drive. And as noted in an email.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A longtime resident, folks, Mr. Means, we all know him. I hope you're doing well. And I'll look for any further virtual raised hands here for item number 15, public hearing. Let's see here. I see no further virtual raised hands. No further members of the City Hall chamber. And what a beautiful night it is. And I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing. If I hear no objections, the public hearing is now closed. Very well. We'll bring the discussion back up to the council here. I want to thank members of the public for their comments. Certainly, we listened to every word. And let's go back to Michael Silvera, our CIP manager. I want to do a check-in, our good public servant. I want to do a check-in about the softball fields in terms of what are we funding or not funding here in year 1, and when are we anticipating for funding and actual shovels in the ground?
So currently, right now, we're funding $500,000. And the $500,000 is going to get the design process started, which includes the outreach and also get the consultant on board to do preliminary design so we can kind of go through the preliminary stage and start the CEQA process also. With our current staff levels, we are anticipating to start that project in, give me a second here, in fiscal year 24 and 25.
Very good.
And
What's the total?
That's the start of the design process.
What's the total cost of the project?
Currently, what we have in our CIP, I believe it's $7 million, but let me double check that.
It keeps going up.
So overall total project is $7.5 million, and that's based on conceptual plans by the Parks and Master Plan update that was recently adopted in this past December.
Okay, great. Now let me whiz over to the city manager's office. Anybody in the city manager's office, how much unassigned funds do we have in the I think it's the general government CIP fund. Did I misstate that, or how much money we got unassigned in there right now?
I think Michael can bring up the slide for this. Good afternoon, Walter Rossman, Deputy City Manager.
Welcome.
Walter, the balance is not in the presentation.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the presentation.
Okay.
I'm diving
Give
deep
me a
here. I'm
second.
diving deep. Yeah.
I think it's about
Give me a second. It's in the AR. So let me pull that up real quick.
I think it's about $2 million, Mayor, but Michael's going to double check quickly.
Yeah. And okay.
Yeah, it's $2.3 million.
Okay. Okay, great. That's fine. I want to go to Michael here. Let's talk about the total construction cost for the softball fields project. Does that include lights for the evenings?
It does include lights.
Okay, and just in terms of the lights line item, how much are the lights itself?
I think what I remember was roughly between $750,000 to $1 million.
Okay.
These will be very expensive because they are your kind of stadium lights that are very similar to the football field.
And then in terms of maybe the scoreboards, the electronic systems, maybe sound, what is that line item or line items coming out to?
Let me open up the master plan.
Maybe I should open this up here.
Sorry, my computer's a little slow right now, so give me a second here.
Okay.
While Michael is looking.
Yeah, go ahead.
While Michael is looking at the information, I do want to remind the council that we looked at the budget study session as a recommendation to the council to change our reserve policies. And you'll see Finance Director Lauren Lai talk about this next week. When the surplus, which comes from the annual surplus at the end of the year, we are recommending to allocate more dollars to the CIP fund.
Per usual, huh? Yeah. It's always a good time in August, I think it is, right?
It usually happens part of closing the books, which happens in November, December.
Oh, is that? Okay. All right. Well, while Michael's looking up information, and the reason why I'm asking all these questions is I really want to fund this project as much as possible. We'll go to our finance director. Pardon me. Let me stop myself. Our finance director, Lauren Lai, with the virtual raised hand. Please. And we'll get your microphone. I do see a virtual.
Thank you. So in the agenda report, if I heard your question, the question is how much is available in the general government CIP. So going into this CIP budget deliberation, we have 6.9 million with a proposed use of about 4.6. So as the deputy city manager said, we have approximately $2.3 million in the general government CIP.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Always love the point information. We always have to get the numbers right in all things. The reason why I'm asking is it's very important, in my words, that the softball field project gets done expeditiously. When you think about the young ladies, the program, the history, the families, and even at a larger extent, Title IX, equal facilities for different genders. So that's important to me, and I wanted to, I think if we can fund it more so that more work gets done, that is something I'm inclined to support. This is a project brought up by our Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano. And being in the community with the Vice Mayor at the opening day for softball and seeing even your, generations of families have gone through it. So let's go to our virtual raised hand, Michael Severa here. Do you see your virtual raised hand?
So the field lights that we have estimated is roughly $750,000, and then the scoreboards would be about $150,000.
Right. Yeah. It's right here in the book. Thank you. All right. Well, let me kind of get to where I'm going here. If we can add more funding to the project, I know we can't fulfill the total cost, but there's so many different stages of this project development, as stated with I think CEQA and other planning aspects. If we can put more money into it tonight, I want to go to one of my items, the quiet zone, $300,000 allocated for year one CIP. I want to take that $300,000 from the quiet zone project, because the quiet zone project's not really anticipated till year 3. Last time I checked last night, I want to just take out that $300,000 and move it over to the softball project, or just keep it unassigned if the softball project. Would it help out the softball project if we added some more funds for other things that the project will need to continue to move forward?
So if I just want to take you back, so the design is going to happen 24-25. With the design, we'll actually have a much better idea what the costs are going to be. If the council would like to reserve dollars for the project, we can definitely do that if that's the council's desire.
Yeah, I'm more than in support of the $2.3 million unassigned, more of those dollars being transferred over to this project fund. I just want to make sure that if we're going to transfer dollars from the general CIP government fund to the funding for this project, that it's going to be used, and it can be used sooner than later.
So I think what you're saying, Mayor, if I hear you correctly, we would defund the Quiet Zone project, take those dollars and allocate them towards the sophomore field project.
Correct.
If that's what the council would like to do, we can include that in the motion at the end of the.
And I also want to make sure it's impactful. Will that help other stages of development for this project? That way we don't run dry for that project funding.
I let the city engineer or Michael speak to that. What did you do the construction?
Let's get that now.
So like we said earlier, you'll be starting design in 24-25. And the sequence of the design process is probably going to take us a minimum of 2 years. So you're you're probably looking earlier construction. I would say more around year 2027. By the time we finish the design and the CEQA process for the project.
Okay, so no matter what, the CEQA and the design, there's no expediting that timeline.
Not at this time.
Okay. No matter if $100 billion is put into it, that's the understanding. No matter what, that process still needs to occur.
Yes, that is correct. That process would have to occur still.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm still open to the 300, stepping away from the softball project now, because any dollar amount we throw to it, it's not going to speed up the stage of the process. But I do want to go back to the quiet zone project. I'm happy to unfund it for this year one. I think with a lot of the development and impact fees that will be happening around where the quiet zone is proposed, that can offset some of the general CIP fund dollars. So at this point, I want to take away the $300,000 for the quiet zone year one right there, and open it up to my colleagues. I want to hear if there's a use for that, for those funds. I want to support some of my colleagues here. And if my colleagues don't have a use for those funds, $300,000, then perhaps I'll go to the city manager if there's any CIP projects that $300,000 could help. Okay, all right, that's it for me. And we'll go to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Yes, I can use that $300,000. Thank you. A week ago, at the Energy and Sustainability Commission, Public Works, headed by Director Tony Anda, made a presentation to the status of our pilot project, the street sweeping pilot project, and they did an awesome job. And also the results are very encouraging. And the residents really, the feedback from the residents, they're really happy about the street sweeping pilot project. And I think this is a brainchild of Vice Mayor Carmen Montano as well. So that said, I would like to, because we allocated $200,000 for this pilot project, and they didn't even use the $200,000. So I would like for Walter's team to come back now that we have the $300,000 there somewhere, plus the surplus from the pilot project. I would like to see a plan, a citywide plan to make this, to do this street sweeping project throughout the city. So one of the feedback is that now the residents are used to the signs. They put all their cars on one side on one Friday, and then a couple of Fridays later, they put their cars on the other side. So it's easier for the street sweeping operations. So I would like, if we can also make a presentation fairly soon on the next council meeting so the rest of the council can see it before we do our final budget process. I'm looking through Mr. Rossman for feedback, please.
If the mayor may allow, good evening, Councilmember Chua. I appreciate your comments and your kind words regarding the presentation staff gave. Indeed, we're going to see the subcommittee. We'll see the presentation on the street sweeping next week. And then we intend to come to the council in June. And I suggest that we amend the CIP or the budget at that time if the council desires to fund more dollars towards the street sweeping program, but adopt the CIP budget tonight.
Oh, perfect. So it will be within the period of our budget process.
And the council at any time can amend the budget after it being adopted.
Great. My next one, Mayor, is I see if I may call on Mr. Siberia. There's our CIP manager, Mayor. Can you please put up slide number 2? I think it's the slide with the unfunded projects. You enumerated unfunded projects. There is one project
Slide
that
number-
I would like to be funded.
Slide number 5.
No, I think it's 2. Slide 2. The second one.
Slide 2 is the agenda.
Let me see.
Just click backwards, Michael. There we go.
Not this one, no.
Just
It has the different.
Is it
click forward.
Is it the project list, Councilmember Chua?
Yes.
Can you go start at slide number 7? There we go.
No, it's not there. You enumerated where you have the AB project, the assessment.
Oh, okay. Slide number 4, please.
4, okay. There's another one before this, I think.
It's at the
Anyway,
bottom bullet, council member.
Yeah,
right, it is.
There we
yes.
go. It's right
So
there.
they're at the
There
bottom.
you
of
go. There
three
you go.
Okay.
Added 3 projects to plan projects without funding. So I'm concerned about this because I met with the with Assistant City Manager and also Director of IT, Daniel, because I was concerned about the need for the assessment and design of our AV system replacement. We're just asking for the study, the assessment and design, because I can see that several times we are like at the verge of not being able to do our meeting online and through Zoom, because this system, the whole entire system, is the backbone of our communication to our residents and it provides transparency. And I don't have to say that, everybody understand that. I'm not asking for a full-blown project funding, but to study, to do the assessment and the design. Because what's happening lately is we've been putting one part of the whole AV system because it breaks. And they're like, most of our system is 10, 11 years old. And it's just, we're just lucky we're still able to continue these meetings. So I'm asking for the rest of the city council to fund this. And I ask our assistant city manager, and we don't have to take it from the CIP, the government CIP, because we have some funds that we can use for this, the unallocated funds. If Mayor, if I can call on Assistant City Manager Aswini Kantak to explain a little better where we can get the funds for this one.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, welcome.
Good evening. So yes, one of the potential options for funding this would be the unanticipated expenditures reserve. So that's a place that we could look at. As Councilmember Chua mentioned, we've had quite a few breakdowns of equipment. And again, the system, as everybody knows, was designed to do television broadcasting. And so now with the interface with the different platforms, we're having frequent failures, and we're just having to kind of work around and somehow get it to work for these meetings. So it's going to take a while to get to an actual project after we do the assessment and design. So this was what we had initially proposed. And Councilmember Chua had asked for some additional information along with potential funding sources. And so that's a potential funding source, not taking it from the general government CIP.
So just to reiterate, it's not coming from the actual CIP, but it's from the anticipated funding source. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you so much for the consideration.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, great. Don't hold back, my colleagues. Let's hear what you'd like to speak. I do want to go to our Deputy City Manager here, Walter Rossman, first with the request.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak. I just would like to clarify what Michael Silvera was speaking regarding the project start date for the design for Cardoza. The proposed budget, which you received last week, does include a proposal to fund 2 positions in engineering. And if the council approves this operating budget with those additions, we'll be able to start the project design in Q4 23. So it would be about a year from now. If the council chooses not to fund those positions as part of the operating budget, it will be indeed 25.
Thank you for that. And we'll go to the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the same thought process as the mayor. about giving up the Children's Memorial. I could probably find some private donors to do that, to put up a little memorial for that site. So I'm going to recommend of putting that money somewhere for the softball fields. Is that a possibility?
It is a possibility. It's just, will it be used in the next year?
Yeah, I think, because I think the bottom line is we want to speed that up, because I think it's 2027 is pretty way out there. Maybe with the funding, because it's all about the funding, and maybe that'll help with the engineering costs as well. So I'll make that recommendation, and I also want to comment on Councilmember Chua's remarks about the street sweeping pilot program. I've heard so many comments, great comments from that neighborhoods that where the street signage is at, and they really appreciate that because it does have some control on the parking, where people are able to park their cars and have their street sweep, I guess what do you call it, the gutter swept, and it really keeps the streets clean. So I've also heard some really great remarks on that. So maybe with that 300,000, maybe if not with the Rose Garden Children's Memorial, it can go towards that with the street sweeping or to the softball fields, one of those. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I just want to go to city manager here, or one of the city managers, about the softball fields. We're putting all the money we can behind this thing that can be used. I know there's an intention, a really good intention, to put more money into it, but that money wouldn't be really touched because the stages of the project development, correct?
That's correct. You were following the process. That's what we just talked about. The process of what's holding it up. It's not the dollars.
Yeah, we're building this softball field as fast as we can, and I think this year one funding here says we're doing all we can for this first step. And so I think, Vice Mayor, if you'd like to reallocate those dollars from the garden project to what you wish. I think I heard you say something good about street sweeping. That is that's an option.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll reallocate those funds to the street sweeping pilot program.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings the total of street sweeping plus $600,000. What's the original funding that we have here? I mean, maybe I should open up my binder. I should know it, actually. I should know it like the back of my hand. It's a reflection upon me. Community improvement. Can someone beat me to the answer here? Let's see. Should be, no, that's not. Should be right. No, I'm looking at the wrong page. Totally the wrong page. Let me keep going back here. Okay, let's see here. Can someone help?
I'm looking at it right now.
I should have my computer hit that Control F. Yeah.
So the prior year funding amount was $400,000. What I see, and we've used about $200,000, I think. But Tony just told me. But Tony, maybe you can jump in. I just saw you pop up.
Yes, good evening. That's correct. Walter, the original funding amount for this project was $400,000. We've used just between $200,000 to $250,000 so far, but we'll have more of a detailed discussion on this during the presentation, which is coming up in the following council meetings.
In the following council meetings, okay. This is not the final CIP discussion, right? This is it. Okay, this is it.
This is it. Yes. Ma'am.
I'm just thinking about $1 million for street sweeping. That's. Let me ask this. Yes, I'm listening, Deputy.
If I may allow, let us get through the street sweeping discussion first, through the subcommittee next week, bring the item to council, and then we get to understand what the council's desire on how to continue the program and then potentially expand the program. So I think we need to be very thoughtful how we can plan this out for the next few years. And see if Ashwini want to add some words as well. So.
Yes, Mayor, for Cardoza Park, for the softball fields, even though we won't be able to get to it, we have to go through the design phase, but we do have a gap of 7 million. So putting some money towards that would be prudent. We've also applied for state funding. So we're hopeful we may get something from that as well. But we will need to kind of set aside, it'll be hard to find $7 million in 1 year anyway, with the general government CIP funding. So some of it going towards it, even though it's not going to be used next year, but to kind of bridge that $7 million gap would be good.
What a discussion. What a discussion. Okay. Okay, so you're gonna have to make a decision here. Well, how about this? Let me reallocate the quiet zone $300,000 that I proposed over to Councilmember Chua's street sweeping. And let's have the vice mayor, if it is her desire, to reallocate the Rose Garden funds to the softball fields, sort of fund for future use. Is that kind of 50? Yeah, that way we can start preparing. I really appreciate our city staff, finance experts, 10-year forecast. I'm a little bit more optimistic after reading it the other night, but that's why I'm not in finance. Okay, let's keep moving on here. Looks like we made some good decisions. Everything else is great. Great job, Michael Severa and Steve Erickson, and really folks at finance as well, and everybody else that's related to those departments that also came together. So, Michael, do you want to carry on, or any further needs we can assist?
I think what we need to, just to recap, I think we want to adopt a resolution approving the 23-27 capital improvement CIP with adding funding to the street resurfacing project for 300,000 and defunding the railroad quiet zone and defunding
Street sweeping, right?
Street sweeping project. Sorry about that.
You got it.
And defunding the Rose Garden 200,000 to Cardoza softball field project.
Oh, geez, this is such an important item. Yeah. Let me restate it there, Michael. I'll take it from here. So, reallocating $300,000 from the quiet zone project over to Councilmember Chua's street sweeping project. That's a plus 300 grand over there. And then the Rose Garden project from the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano, $300,000, reallocating those funds over to the Vice Mayor's softball fields project to add $300,000 to the $500,000 that's in there. And those are the amendments, so to say, for tonight's CIP. And before I make a motion to adopt the resolution, I do want to check on Dempsey Road to get an update there. What the plan is. I know I've had meetings with city staff about it, and our residents and businesses there would like an update. So I can't walk out this building without getting some information about it. Specifically Dempsey Road from Selwyn Drive to Yosemite. What is our plan?
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
So I believe it was presented at the April 5th meeting that we are going to move forward with doing the pavement repair on that roadway next summer. And that work was included on one of the consent items tonight that the council had approved. So again, that Dempsey will be repaved next summer. And then the water line work will continue on in the future. I think, let's see, looking at the schedule. Looks like if with current staffing levels, we would be restarting the water line piece in fiscal year 25.
Okay. And so that will that be funded here in this cycle, or when we have a discussion about the project street resurfacing on Dempsey Road happening next summer? Is that contingent on next year's fiscal year budget, or?
No, you approved it tonight. That
Okay.
project is in design.
Oh, thank you. I have no further questions.
It will be funded. Move forward.
I move to approve or I move to adopt the resolution. Let me pause myself. Let's hear from my colleagues. Councilmember Fan, let's not there yet. Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't express my support for the AV upgrades project. We have been relying on outdated infrastructure for some time now, and we can't move any further to that end. In that light, though, I do want to commend IT Director Daniel Nam's leadership over the past year. I know it's been a struggle working with this outdated infrastructure. And I want to make sure that going forward, not knowing what public health events are going to expect of us as public servants, for us to at the very least have upgraded AV infrastructure. So I just wanted to make a note of that.
Thank you very much. And next up here, Councilmember Chua.
I would like to second your motion, Mayor, with the friendly amendment about the AP project assessment and design as stated by Councilmember Fan. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, actually, was this short to making a motion? So there is no motion right now. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I am
Mayor.
going to make a motion very soon. I just want to respect all my colleagues here. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez. We want to hear from everybody. You're careful with the button. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I also want to express my concerns regarding the AV. This is something that needs to be addressed as we move into 21st century skill set and needs of our community. We have seen that we got hit by a pandemic, and that does not mean that we may not have one in the future. So I want to make sure that we learn the best practices and that we're not caught up in the same situations that we have been. And the system is clearly needs some updating and some investment in money. So I definitely want to make sure that we pump in some funds in order for that to happen. Remote viewing shows an increase in participation, not only in the community, but definitely accessibility within the dais. I truly believe that working members need to be part of the dais. And in order to have working members be part of the dais, we need to be forward thinking and policies that are going to enable our technology to sustain that. So I would kindly ask for the support for funding for this system. Thank you for your consideration.
Hearing none, I'll move to adopt the resolution approving the 23-27 capital improvement program here in our great city of Milpitas with the amendments that I had mentioned. I'm sure folks wrote it down a few times, as well as the amendments of Councilmember Chua. How you doing over there? Okay, and I believe staff has everything noted. And we're looking forward to Dempsey Road, folks. All right, we're funding it. Okay, that's my motion. I'm looking for, need a second.
Second.
We got a second from Councilmember Chua. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? That's a unanimous vote. The motion is carried. And congratulations, Michael Stavera, Director Erickson, really all the departments and all your projects. I hope folks got most of their wish lists across our city government. I know our residents got a whole lot of stuff out in the community, and just really glad that our revenues have come back. One word we haven't heard recently is the word recovery, and that's what we're doing right now. Yeah, and I'm very grateful for all the hard work of everybody here at City Hall with the capital improvement program. Thank you. Okay, let's move on here. Item number 18, review the proposed streets, parks, and facilities naming policy and provide feedback to staff. And I'd like to welcome our Director of Recreation and Community Services, Renee Lorenzen.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. It's a pleasure to be making this presentation tonight. In the spirit of efficiency, I will quickly go through the slides so I can hear your discussion. So next slide, please. So we will go through tonight the background, policy purpose, some key policy provisions, the naming list, and next steps when it comes to the city's naming policy. Next slide. A little bit of background for everyone. On April 21st, 2006, City Council did adopt a standard operating procedure for naming city streets, parks, and facilities. A subcommittee was formed at that time, and they named new Milpitas streets and some areas of the Milpitas Library branch. Later in 2016, City Council established a new streets, parks, and facilities naming City Council subcommittee. And that subcommittee made recommendations for a new naming policy. They established naming lists and named several streets, parks, and facilities. The City Council that City Council subcommittee met through November 8th of 2017. And then finally in 2019, City Council sunset that subcommittee and directed that naming recommendations for streets go through the Planning Commission, and that naming recommendations for parks and facilities go through the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Commission. Next slide. Based on that City Council direction, staff is bringing forward an updated policy in the new City Council policy format. So I'm going to go ahead and summarize some of those changes for you all. So just in summary, first, the purpose of the policy remains consistent to the 2016 policy, which is to establish the guidelines, criteria, and processes for naming city streets, parks, and facilities. Next slide. Per that previous council direction, the draft policy identifies the evaluation of city streets to lie with the Planning Commission, who will make recommendation for City Council final approval. And the evaluation of names for city parks and facilities lies with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Commission, who would make recommendations to City Council for final approval. Next slide. Similarly to the 2016 policy version, this policy draft does not prohibit duplicating the use of a name for a street or park or facility, but does not allow duplication within a city asset type. For example, we could not have two parks named after the same person, but you could have a street and a park named after the same person. The policy also recommends, but does not require, that when naming parks and facilities near schools, that the naming effort is coordinated, if possible, with the Milpitas Unified School District. Next slide. Oh, there we go. So the draft policy also includes a list of criteria for naming, which are neighborhood and local geographical identification, natural geological features, historic or cultural significance, could be local, national, or international, a person or family name that had significant community impact, the neighborhood, and names that represent community values and consider future generations and ethnic diversity. Names also have to pass a public safety dispatch test, where suggested names are reviewed for potential confusion for when people call 911. For example, names that rhyme or sound too closely the same to each other, so that in emergencies, safety and emergency personnel are dispatched to the right location. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, naming lists were created in 2016 as part of the policy procedure and reflect the criteria for the naming that I just went over. There are 4 naming lists with approved naming areas for each genre, and they are native flowers, plants, and trees, which can be used to name streets, U.S. presidents, which can be used to name streets and parks, influential people, which can be used to name streets, parks, streets and parks, and Milpitas historical names, which can be used to name streets, parks, and facilities. Just wanted to quickly point out that the naming lists were last updated in 2017, so there are some obvious gaps, for example, on the US President's list. Next slide. So the city has a naming opportunity on the horizon. Staff wanted to review with council that the new city park on McCandless Drive is anticipated to be opening its playgrounds, picnic areas, and community garden in late summer or early fall of 2022. The park is not currently named, and dedication plaques and signage for the park need to be ordered in early spring, or actually this spring and early summer. So to keep with the park project timeline, staff is seeking the approval tonight of the council after receiving your feedback on the policy and naming lists to move forward with the process to name the park concurrent with the finalizing of this streets, parks, and facilities naming policy. Next slide. So next steps after receiving your input tonight will be to return to you with the updated policy draft and any naming list changes for approval in the month of June. And if approved tonight, we would begin working on naming McCandless Park. Next slide. So just to review the recommendations, the first one is to review the proposed streets, parks, and facilities naming policy and provide feedback to staff. Review the city naming list and provide any feedback to staff, and authorize staff to begin the process for naming McCandless Park. And that concludes the presentation. I'm here for any questions and to receive your direction tonight on this policy.
Thank you so much, Director Lorenzen, for the presentation, and our council will be happy to provide feedback, I think, tonight for this item to return. In regards to McCandless Park, we would nominate it to be named after somebody. Is tonight an opportunity to do that?
I think the naming of McCandless Park is not on the agenda tonight for naming. However, you could provide some potential names or updates to the list that you would like staff to consider. And then whatever the direction is on the policy, if there's any updates or you're fine with the policy as it's presented tonight, we would move forward to start that process.
Okay, great. Yeah, so tonight's no major decisions tonight.
Yeah, it's feedback, and if you're fine with the policy as it's written, if there's any additions or different criteria, we're here to listen and then bring that back to you in June.
I love it, love it, love it. Thank you. Yeah, so before I go to my colleagues, I'd like to just, as one, nominate a public servant in our community to just for consideration on the list for next time. Is that okay?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, for McCandless Park, I'd like to nominate Robert Livingood. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I was actually going to ask staff. So one of the things that I find with other cities about naming parks and either train stations or anything that's public is I really want to see, I mean, elected officials have already gotten their time. They've already gotten certificates. They've been recognized. Personally, I feel it's a disservice to name buildings after public officials, and that's anybody, not just those who have been named today. So please don't take this personally. I think it's just anyone. What I would not want to see is the naming of parks, selected streets after any one of us, because we are making that policy. So I would like to add some sort of amendment that prohibits, because we are moving this policy forward, I would not want to see any buildings or parks or streets named and after any one of us. I think that's self-fulfilling, and I actually think it's a little, it's just inappropriate. So while I would love to see, I'm okay with past former public servants, I definitely do not want to see any of our names on a policy that we're passing. I think that's self-serving. So I'm sure that there wouldn't be any objection to that from this council, as we want to make sure that we are nominating and naming things after other people and uplifting people, as the mayor said earlier. So we want to make sure that we rise other people and not make policies in order that are going to benefit us or that are going to fulfill our ego in the future. Thank you very much.
I agree. Next up, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had asked for this to be deferred at the last couple of meetings ago. And the reason being is when I was on the city council in 2016, Councilwoman Grilly and myself were on the facility namings committee. And I felt that it really worked really well because you had the community members come before the committee and make their recommendations. And I feel it's more open. And I would like, my recommendation is I would like that subcommittee, I would like to reinstate that subcommittee again. And that's why I brought that back. And this way it gives the community an opportunity to make some recommendations of what names would be appropriate for to name some of the buildings, the parks, the streets, and so forth. So I'd like to make a recommendation to form a subcommittee. It's again to reinstate it, which is called the subcommittee recommendation facilities.
I support that.
Facilities subcommittee recommendation.
I support that amendment. Carry on.
So I would like to make that recommendation.
That's right. I support it. Okay, what else?
So I'd like to make a motion if I can.
Well, there's other, do you have any further requests? There's other people that would like to provide feedback.
So, that's it.
We support it. Okay, you got it. Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Jan. I also support Councilmember Dominguez input on this and also Vice Mayor Montano's recommendation. And I would like to add one recommendation on the naming list. Since Milpitas is such a diverse community, I think we should reach out to the different diverse group ethnicity in our city. And I'm looking for that because we have a lot. I think we have a lot of people that we can recognize and name a structure for them. Because I see the list, we need to be more diversified in naming our structures. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. And yes, yes, we are Milpitas. And so you're right with some of the statements. And we just, I think look for those that gave. And so next up, we have back to the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll give you a good example. When Sunny Hills was renamed, none of the neighborhood knew about it. And frankly, there were a lot of upset people in that neighborhood. All of a sudden, it just changed. The name just changed without any community input. And this subcommittee, at least people will have a venue to make their points across or their concerns. So I would like to recommend that this subcommittee and with 2-member subcommittee, I would like to be the other one, and I would like to recommend Councilmember Chua to be the other committee member.
Yes. Go to our city attorney.
Just to clarify, no action is required on this particular agenda item. Probably no motion should be entertained.
Yeah.
This is seeking direction from the council to staff, and they'll bring back the policy with the recommendations, including potentially the subcommittee.
Okay, I make that recommendation to bring this back.
Great. I'm in support. I think we have a consensus. And yeah, this is really great. I don't think we have a shortage of diversity in Milpitas. I know when I grew up on Escuela, my nearest park was Oliver Jones. So, it was a good education. Are you good? Okay. Oh yeah, city manager, please. Press your button.
Thank you, Mayor. I got it. I just wanted to clarify, just for the naming for Vice Mayor Montano's clarification, that it would be the Facility Naming Council Subcommittee. Facility Naming Council Subcommittee, because I heard it named a couple different ways, but just for the record, that's what you would refer to it as. That's all. Thank you.
Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good. Okay. All good. Okay, that's a lot of direction right there. And so we'll go to public comment. Public comment for item number 18. Let me not forget tonight. Public comment number 18. Mr. Montemayor, come on up. Yes.
Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. Yeah, history. I was with the PRCRC, San Hills Agustin history, as the Vice Mayor mentioned. And let's say McCandles. Where you see McCandles, you pass Montague I don't have the map. Then it reconciles. But if you mention a name, relative connection, well-known, a good fellow, or woman, or fellow, or gentleman, or public service gentleman before, then I don't want to contradict anything. I'll be proud to have it named to famous man and good man. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. And we'll go to the virtual attendees. Any virtual raised hands? I'll look for them. Seeing none. That's it with public comment. Council's provided feedback and direction, authorization to staff to begin the process for naming the McCandless Park. Everything mentioned on the agenda. It sounds good, and we'll move on to the next item. Thank you, everybody. Very productive. Moving on to community development, and we'll go to item number 16. Receive a presentation and provide direction to staff regarding conceptual plans for a proposed multi-use development project up to 60 feet in height with up to 94 multifamily residential units and approximately 2,000 square feet of ground floor retail. Okay. On a 1 1/4 acre vacant parcel situated between South Main Street and Able Street, approximately 500 feet south of Saraway. And we have our Director of Planning, Ned Thomas, and our Senior Planner, Lillian Van Hua. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Tran, members of the council. As always, it's a pleasure to be with you tonight. This item is a little different. It's a preliminary application, so it's for discussion only. There isn't a vote or a decision associated with it, but we are looking for some important feedback on some important policy questions related to the specific project that was included and outlined in the agenda report. And staff has been working with the applicant, Mr. Kevin Weiss from JMH Weiss. They've been looking at this property for a while, and it is located between Main Street and Able Street. So it's part of the current Midtown specific plan area, as well as the future Gateway Main Street specific plan area. So some of the policy questions that we have for you are related to our ongoing preparation of that specific plan, and it will help us as we prepare for a future presentation to you on that work. But for tonight, Lily, as the mayor mentioned, our senior planner, Lillian Van Hua, is here to present a brief staff report with just an overview of the conceptual plans for this project. And I believe Mr. Weiss is also on the line to help answer questions, and he may have a few clarifying comments when the presentation is done. So I'll turn the time over to Lillian for the presentation.
Thank you, Director Thomas. Good evening, City Council, fellow staff, residents, and members of the public. My name is Lillian Van Hua, and I'm a senior planner with the City of Milpitas. The item in front of you tonight is a pre-application review for a project known as The Junction. It is located on a vacant parcel on Main Street in the Milpitas Gateway Main Street specific plan. Next slide, please. As verbally described, here is the aerial view of the project site. It is approximately 1,000 feet wide and 550 feet long, and approximately 1.25 acres. The long, narrow site is located mid-block and stretches between South Main Street and Able Street, and it is approximately
pause right there. I'm sorry. I'm going to recuse myself. I must have I'm going to recuse myself. So, Vice Mayor, if you could take over the agenda item. This is within proximity to my home.
Is it okay to continue? Okay, if I can continue. So I was saying that the project site is located between South Main Street and South Able Street, and it is located approximately 500 feet south of Sarah Way. It's bounded by St. John the Baptist Catholic Church to the south, Able Square Shopping Center, the Christian Worship Center, and Rainbow Childhood Development Center to the north, and a newer mixed-use project known as Milpa Village Townhomes is located east of the project site, and Sarah Center is located to the west. The site is currently vacant and occasionally used by St. John for overflow parking. Next slide, please. The project site is zoned mixed use and located within the Milpitas Gateway Main Street Specific Plan area, and it's formally known as the Midtown Specific Plan. The site was identified as an opportunity site within the Midtown Specific Plan. Opportunity sites are sites that were expected to redevelop in the future at higher or more intense use. However, the specific plan did not provide specific development standards or policies for opportunity sites. And that's why we're bringing this in front of you this evening. And it was also identified as a potential housing site in the current housing element. Next slide, please. And as previously mentioned, the project site is zoned mixed use. Properties to the north, east, and south are also zoned MXD mixed use. The small red line indicates that this section of Main Street should have ground floor retail. And properties to the west, Sarah Center are zoned C2 general commercial. Next slide, please. And the proposed project this evening is a mixed use apartment building. And the proposed project includes 94 units, 28 studios, 23 one bedrooms, 39 two bedrooms, and 4 3 bedrooms. 14 of these units will be dedicated as affordable pursuant to the city's affordable housing ordinance requirement. The project will also have 2,000 square feet of ground floor retail space. The project is proposed to be up to 60 feet in height, 5 stories with a rooftop amenity deck. The project will also have 157 parking spaces, 42 will be surface, with 116 being mechanical parking stackers. The project will also provide public amenities, including a 29-foot wide pedestrian paseo and public art between Able and South Main. And lastly, the project will provide various resident amenities, including a rooftop garden area, community center, and office space, and outdoor seating. Next slide, please. Here is a rendering of the proposed project viewed from Main Street. The ground floor retail will front Main Street. You can see the pedestrian paseo entrance along the north side of the parcel here, which will connect to Able Street. Next slide, please. This is another view of the pedestrian paseo. The applicant has proposed a few benches to be placed along the path to make it usable. Next slide, please. And here is the north elevation view from South Main Street. You can see the rooftop amenities on top of the 5th floor here, as well as the public paseo and the proposed public art mural along the property's northern edge. You can also see the rooftop amenities on the 5th floor. And as I said, the rooftop will feature a community garden and outdoor dining areas. Next slide. Here is the south elevation view from Able. On this side of the building, the rooftop amenity will house a community center for the building, which will include office space for the residents of the building. Next slide, please. And here's another look of the Paseo along the north elevation, showing the proposed public art mural. And it's just a proposal here. Obviously, if the project does move forward and have a public art mural, it will go to the public arts commission for review. Next slide, please. And lastly, here's the overall view of the building from the north elevation. Next slide, please. And so here are some preliminary project considerations for the council this evening. So since the current zoning is MXD, mixed use, which allows a residential density of 21 to 30 dwelling units per acre and the building height of 3 stories or 45 feet, the project currently does not conform to the zoning standards. As part of the project submittal, the site would need to be rezoned to a different zoning classification to accommodate the higher density of 71 dwelling units per acre and building height of 60 feet. So there are 2 possible zoning alternatives that staff has identified. There is high density mixed use, MXD2, which would allow a density range of 31 to 40 dwelling units per acre and a building height of 6 stories or 75 feet. The other option is very high density mixed use, MXD3, which would allow a range of 41 to 60 dwelling units per acre and a building height of 12 stories or 150 feet. Another consideration is that under the state density bonus law, by meeting the city's 15% affordable housing requirement, it would be eligible for a minimum of 27.5% density bonus. If the project were to provide additional affordable units at varying affordability levels, it could be eligible for up to 50% additional density above the current maximum. And that's highlighted here on the table. So the potential density bonus is shown for each of the zoning alternatives. Next slide, please. So staff would like the council to discuss the following 3 questions. Would you support higher densities up to 80 dwelling units per acre on Main Street to accommodate new residential or mixed use projects that meet or exceed the city's 15% affordable housing requirements? Would you support additional building heights up to 5 stories to accommodate new residential or mixed use development projects that meet or exceed the city's 15% affordable housing requirements? And do you have any additional feedback on conceptual plans for the proposed project that may be used to inform our ongoing policy development for the Milpitas Gateway Main Street specific plan, or as guidance to the developer in making modifications to the project? And that concludes my presentation. If it helps, we can leave this slide up for the council to help guide their discussion.
Please, if you can leave that up. Thank you, Lillian. So I would like to get some feedback from my colleagues. And if any of you are open to presenting some of your views on some of these 3 questions. Okay, Anthony, sorry, Councilmember Fan.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay? Can everybody hear me?
I believe so.
Yeah, this is Kevin Weiss. I'm the applicant. I have a question.
Well, we have the council members asking questions first.
Okay.
So
I thought it might be a good idea to add a little more information to the presentation to help the questions, but that's okay. I can follow up afterwards.
Okay, go ahead. Anthony, where are you at?
Staff, if you can go to the project applicant, we'll hear his comments.
May proceed.
Okay, am I up?
Yes, thanks, Kevin. I think they're ready for you now.
Okay, great, thanks. And I want to say, first of all, thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. First thing I want to say is I want to throw out there. My name is Kevin Weiss. I'm a long-time Bay Area on engineering company as well as a land developer. Built many projects, including several in Milpitas over the years. And I do have to say, in my experience of working in the Bay Area, I want to make sure that it is well known with you all that your staff is one of the top-notch staffs that I've ever worked with. And so that's just something I really want to make sure that I get out there, because it's just been such a pleasure, comparatively speaking. That said, one of the things is that I was looking at this project, and I was trying to formulate how something can happen on Main Street, and how we can look at developing something there to kind of be a catalyst for where I see things going in the future. And that is really about that whole intersection. I mean, there's going to be a lot of synergy that's going to happen through the Sarah Center, everything from north of this property to Sarah Road, Sarah Street as well. And so in light of that, I almost have to disagree with one point that was made about that it doesn't meet the current zoning. And the reason why I want to state that is because it's this property, and rightfully so, was identified underneath the specific plan as an opportunity site. And that opportunity site was directly for, hey, we think this is a site because it's long and skinny, it's hard to develop, it's going to have to be high density, and it's going to have an ability to be a connector somehow or some way from Main Street to Able Street. And so I in my review and perspective of looking at this, I took all that into account, and I looked at this and I said, okay, what can we do here that takes into account the where really this whole area needs to go, which is density, okay? And it's density of affordable, it's density of also market, because you can't have it all affordable, but it has to have some activity to make this area work. And also that connection. And so with the really hard site constraints of this project being so narrow, skinny, and long, we really scratched our heads, and we thought it was a great idea to put a connector, a really good paseo, a nice paseo that connects Main Street to Able Street. And in doing so, it really, we worked extensively with the city's fire department and came up with all the criteria. It ended up a lot wider than we wanted it to be, but we took into account all of those conditions, all the conditions of safety, and all those other aspects of how this can interface. And when we did that, we came up with a plan that said, hey, we need to be a little higher than the zoning that's around us. We need to be a little more dense in order to make this project actually work. Because if we don't get a density like this, it's going to be really hard economically to make this project pencil. I've built probably 7 high rises in San Jose, and I can tell you how expensive they are. And there's 4 of them on the boards that are not going to get built because they're too expensive. But I think what we came up with was a way to be able to create that connectivity and have a building that, you know, it really appears to be a foundation building to build off of. And it's, you know, being at that 5 stories, it's only like 2 stories max above the church, which the church is never going to go away. Okay, so it's really not an overpowering tower building. It's a normal building. I guarantee you the things that are going to happen on Sarah Center and even to the north up to Sarah are going to be higher than this. And you guys should want that so you can activate that area. And so I think this is all the interesting things that we did. We're looking at the solar opportunity. We're looking at the restaurants downstairs and having, you know, possible seating up on the roof, an active roof area where we can have some nightlife and some restaurant area, and then also the other end, as Lillian mentioned, where it's private for the residences, where they can have their birthday parties, their offices, and do some work, and even thinking about some organic gardens there to support the restaurants down on the ground floor. I think it's a really good opportunity that we looked at and how this building came together. The Paseo is obviously very expensive for the project, but we think that it's important because it does connect the midstream, a mid-block of Main Street over to Able, very close to the intersection that would connect ultimately to Sarah Center when that gets developed, because it will get developed. And I think what we did is we strategically put the parking of the mechanical on that side, which is the north facing side, which has no sun. And so that mesh mural that you saw on that is a very similar thing to like you see at San Jose Airport. Okay, you know, you have that mesh, you know, it's kind of like an open kind of a mesh. And so that would block the screening of the parking area. And we would absolutely take that mural to the public realm for ideas on what that thing needs to be, what it needs to look like. The picture that's on it now is just a concept. So we're really going to engage with the public on here. We don't think the height, we don't think the density is out of line. We think this is where that area really needs to go, and we would love to see this type of thing be put into the new guidelines of this area, so that not only myself look forward to helping build a little more of this kind of stuff in that area and develop the activity that needs to happen for the commercial as well as the residential. Any questions whatsoever you guys have, I'll help you answer as best I can.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. We appreciate your comments. And just a little bit of background, that site has been empty for, but I think since the 1960s. It's been, well, even before then. And I remember the church was trying to buy it. The St. John's Baptist Church was trying to buy it at one time, but that fell through. And there was the owner that was going to build a hotel there, but then that fell through. So now you have come through. And for my personal opinion, you know, well, I'll let my colleagues speak first. Is there anything else you would like to say on this project, Mr. Weiss, or any of your?
No. That I think I summed it up. But I mean, I would definitely answer follow-up questions on it. But okay. No, that's all.
I'll give my colleagues the time to speak on this project. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Weiss, what group did you say you represent?
Guys, I'm sorry. I was having a hard time hitting the mute on my computer here. I'm the developer for the owners. I represent the owners of the property.
Okay, and who's the current owner?
It's the person named Chris Sharp and their parents.
Okay. And okay, that's that's the extent of my questions for the applicant. I have other questions for staff, if I may. So with this project, does the applicant intend to build on-site affordable units or pay the in lieu? Or has that not been discussed yet?
Lillian, do you want me to do that? Go ahead.
Sure. So the applicant is proposing to build on-site.
Okay, and how many units would that equate to?
14.
14, okay. And how is 14 the bare minimum?
Yes, I think it comes to about 14.25. It's a fraction number, so that is the minimum.
Is the site considered close to transit to the extent of utilizing state density bonuses?
I can answer that. The state density bonus actually kicks in with the affordable units reserve, the 15% affordable reserved. So, and while it's not directly adjacent to transit, of course, Main Street does go directly to the light rail and then a little bit further beyond to the transit center. We do anticipate having the Milpitas on-demand program up and running, and it would serve this area as well.
So are there incentives for the applicant to increase the number of affordable units?
They are not required to provide additional affordable units. However, if they were to provide additional affordable units, additional waivers and concessions would be available to them under the state density bonus law. Those would apply to parking as well as density. Is that correct, Lillian?
Yes. So the primary incentive would be additional density over the base zoning allowance.
Is that the basis for the question for the council in regards to higher density?
A little bit. We're also looking there at the broader pictures, concurrent with this application being looked at by staff and now by the council. We're also, of course, updating the Milpitas Midtown Plan. And as we look at that, we can adjust the zoning as well as the densities along Main Street. And we haven't quite gotten to that part yet. We will be bringing forward an initial presentation to the council in a few weeks. But in the meantime, because we had this specific project as a test case, we thought it would be helpful to bring, a specific example to the council and to receive your feedback on it. With regard to things like density and building heights for this area.
Sure. Are there additional public benefits that have been discussed? For example, funding improvements in the surrounding area?
The primary public benefit with this project, of course, is the public paseo. As Mr. Weiss indicated, we felt that it was very important to have some type of a connection between Able and Main Street. And so from the very first conversation with him, we talked about a public paseo. And of course, that takes up a fair amount of property. I don't know what percentage it would be where the building doesn't occur. And I would say that that's one of the primary trade-offs in this case, because as you take away the opportunity to develop on a portion of the site, then that has the effect of pushing the building a little bit taller, which is one of the reasons for a little bit taller building. Has been discussed tonight. I think having a little more density on Main Street is something that the current Midtown plan calls for, and I would fully expect that the update, the Gateway plan, will call for higher densities as well. Of course, we always have our eye on the city's RENA numbers, and any opportunity we have to increase density or to achieve a higher number of units in a particular area will be a benefit to the city as well. In addition, I think some of the public art along the Paseo, as well as the publicly accessible rooftop amenity deck, are, could be considered benefits to the city here. You get great views of the hillsides from the top of that building. And then just the benefit of having what I would call a catalyst site on Main Street, which would very likely attract other types of similar development to an area which, has for many years has called out for redevelopment and reinvestment.
Yeah, thank you. How much footage is dedicated to the commercial element?
I believe it's about 2,000 square feet.
Okay, and what kind of tenants is the applicant hoping to attract?
He may be able to answer that more closely. We've talked about, a restaurant, and the idea that was brought up that perhaps even the garden, organic gardening on the roof could supply the restaurant, and then also the restaurant customers could have access to the roof. And the roof, that portion of the roof, it's a very large rooftop, so that portion of the rooftop that's public accessible would be served by the restaurant. So we're looking for those kinds of synergies. This is a conceptual review, so I think some of those details haven't been fully worked out, but Kevin, if you have additional details that you or your team have been thinking about, would like to add.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the concept, right, Ned, you have it. I mean, the concept is, although we have a 2,000 square feet, which would probably break into two different types of restaurants, or possibly even one, but it would look, the idea is that my idea really is to have that organic, sustainable type of a restaurant that could use the garden, and actually that area of that roof could have their table seatings as well. We'd have a dumbwaiter that goes up. So you would actually expand that public area to the rooftop, which would really be an active area. I mean, there's just not a lot of that type of stuff, even in San Jose or anywhere in the Bay Area anymore, where, and in this location, as Ned said, you would have basically 360-degree views at that corner, looking down Main Street, looking up Main Street to the hills, where you can actually have some type of a tapas restaurant or something like that, where it would be a very active place in that would attract some great public realm type of thing. And then the Paseo itself is, it's almost a third of the site. It's like 25 to 30% of the entire site that we are giving up basically to have a public realm. So that in itself is a goal to activate that, and activating the restaurant is very key to making this a successful project. So those are part and parcels of how you make a good project work. So that's some of our intent on there, and the details are yet that be worked out. But if you do study those plans, there's been an awful lot of thought that have gone into what the intent of how this is going to look and operate.
And if I may, if we could go to a slide, I think it's 5 or 6 that has it's the first, one more right there. Oh, sorry, slide number 6, the next one. Yeah, so Councilmember Fan, this would give you an idea. This is a close-up view. This would be the streetscape on Main Street. You can see the Paseo on the right, that would extend over to Able. And then right here on the corner on Main Street would be the commercial space occupying that entire ground floor corner. And there's also the plan is showing this seating, outdoor seating area, which we've talked a lot about activating the street through this type of seating, and that would be sort of allow the restaurant to extend out onto the sidewalk on both all around the corner, as well as some landscaping.
And then the lobby of the building would be kind of like where those people are on the Paseo. So the lobby would actually be down that Paseo internally there, which would give a real good effect and help again to activate that Paseo. So it's not really just kind of a place where trash accumulates and things happen. So it's really important to make that happen, and it's going to be wide. It's really wide, and 26 feet wide, and so it's really going to be a very, very, very cool feature to be able to go right across that site to Able Street.
And we haven't talked too much about it, but the width of the Paseo is extra wide because of our discussions with the fire department. The Paseo will double as a emergency access lane that will allow the length of the site to be developed, because then the fire trucks will be able to get in and provide access if in case there was ever an emergency.
Yeah, and another really important part where sometimes this gets missed, it is, and Ned, you did bring it up. It is a chunk of the site, and as a developer, we hate to lose chunks of sites, right? But the length of the site and the skinniness of the site, the width of it, allowed us to be able to actually penetrate with some building architecture that helps it look good. And then that Paseo, being an EVA and an emergency vehicle, unfortunately for me, but fortunately for the neighbors to the north, is going to serve as an EVA for all of those properties as well. So in essence, we're really building a connection through there that's going to satisfy the development next to us, which more than likely will be proposed at least this height, if not higher, in my opinion, from discussions around. So I mean, this is the kind of, and that's why I wanted to make it wider, and that's why I wanted to put that the type of mural there. So I mean, we're basically creating an edge condition for the property to the north to have a very good southern exposure of some type of an amenity at our cost. That makes sense?
Sure, yeah. In regards to the commercial space, would staff concur that there is a demand for a restaurant space for this kind of project? Is that the best use of the space?
Yeah, the current Midtown plan calls for ground floor retail or commercial restaurant. The Gateway plan will also do the same for this particular area. And all part of the clientele of the restaurant, of course, will come from the new development itself. So.
Talk to me about how pedestrian friendly the space is going to be. Including for folks who maybe want to travel by bicycle.
Yeah, the Paseo would be open to bicycles and pedestrians alike, scooters, okay, etc.
Great. Well, and I guess one more in regards to the mural. Is that the mural that we're going to see in the mural that's being presented in the?
Oh no! That was just me playing around driving my architect nuts. We would absolutely, what I want to do is engage some key public outreach meetings. We would also have to go through architecture and planning review on this and concept, but we want that to be something, I really want it to be something grounding from the historic history of Milpitas. So there's something in there that is lively and brings back some kind of a focus point, because it's pretty big mural and it would make a statement. And so that's all going to be up for grabs to public and everybody's opinions, and we have to go through all that process. So what you see there is just something that I came up with in the late night hour of the morning.
Sure, yeah. Well, I'm not much of an art connoisseur, so I wouldn't really be able to speak too much on the matter. I do want to make sure that whatever display you have is the kind of display that we'd be proud of and can, like you said, activate the space, whether that be in the form of a mural or something else. I've seen projects that work really well with other types of displays. There's a lot of great examples in Southern California. I have yet to really see that kind of art integrated here. And that if that's something that can amplify the space here, perhaps you would consider going that route.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I really want to do is buy the property to the north, and I want to build a little in the middle of the site where that mural is. I want to build a little amphitheater there and then get rid of the mural and put some big neon TVs up there, and we can watch the Warriors every night on that screen.
Yeah.
I'm joking. All right. But something like that.
It's late.
Yeah. But no, I mean, the thing is that's a really good point, because here's the thing, right next to that property to the north. Okay. If you look at the plan view map, that property is going to develop, and this EVA is going to serve them. And whatever face is open to this site is going to have that view of that mural. Okay. If I was developing that north site, I would engage that mural as a part of an art feature to the benefit of the development. So that thinking absolutely is in the works like that. That's what's gelling in my mind right now.
Wonderful. Lastly, I guess my thoughts are that, I would encourage the applicant to work with the city in increasing the affordability. I, for one, am supportive of some of the concessions mentioned earlier as means to incentivize the affordability of the project. Of course, as long as it pencils out. And yeah, that's it on my end. But in short, I'm more inclined to support the project if there's an increased level of affordability. And I would also encourage the applicant to do some community outreach because, obviously this project is going to have an impact on the local community. So, if for example, would love to hear what the community would want to see in regard to that commercial space, the kind of tenants that they would want to, be patrons at.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. I also want to mention that this project, it's it really adds to the Old Town Main Street. You know, so Kevin, we're trying to revitalize Main Street, and I'm pretty sure that staff has already indicated that to you. But I'm going to let my other colleagues speak, and usually the chair usually speaks last, so I will do that and follow Robert's Rules of Order. And next person is Evelyn Chua. Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Weiss, for being here this evening, and thank you, Ms. Benoit and Director Thomas. My question is, I have a couple. And Ms. Benoit, can you please show the considerations? There you go. Oops. Back. The different considerations. You know, density, height, there you go. So we're, for the density, we're actually on the, I'll say, MXD2, or in between MXD2 and MXD3, right?
Yeah, so the current zoning of the site is MXD, mixed use, and then the possible zoning alternatives are either MXD2 or MXD3.
Okay.
The second and third column.
Right. So the reason why they're allowed under the density bonus law, state density bonus law, up to 50% additional densities because of the 15%. Is that it?
So by complying with the city's affordable housing requirement of 15%, they're eligible for up to 27.5% additional density. And if the applicant were to provide additional affordable units, either at very low income or just additional units in general, they could be eligible for up to 50% additional density above the current maximum.
Currently with the 14.2%, is that it? Oh, 14 units, and that's 25% or 50? 25, right?
So with the current project is proposing 14 units, and that's meeting the city's 15% requirement.
Okay. Okay, my question to Mr. Weiss. Mr. Weiss, have you considered having two buildings? Because the stretch is like from Main Street to Able. It's a long lot. Have you thought about making it two buildings instead?
Yeah, I have. It's a very good question. There has probably been maybe 20 different, what I call tissue paper overlays that you go through when you're laying out different footprints and types of facilities. And the real challenge you face on this property, it's one of the most difficult sites because it is so skinny and so long that if you break it, then you can't, and you have two buildings, you can't get your turnaround to work for your fire and everything instead of going straight through. Okay, so there's very specific reasons why that option wasn't economical. We just couldn't pencil it. It couldn't economically work for us. And so that's why we decided that more economical was to put the Paseo in and give the city the Paseo as far as that, and then have a longer building. The longer building actually works pretty well right now, to be honest with you, as far as the units, and we've laid out different trash on each side. So all of that was kind of thought through already, right? So we really took that length into account. But it's a good question because it's a very difficult site because of that length, 550 feet long. So but we did look at all those options, and this came out to be the best one where we could actually get a building on this site that could actually be built economically. Otherwise, we couldn't do it. It wouldn't be built. So we're trying to get that balance so that we can actually activate it and build something there that makes sense for us. And we can actually, and again, on this affordable component, I'm totally willing to sit down and look at if there's other options we can do to possibly even increase that density of affordability. I'm all for it, as long as it makes sense for the project. If we can attract the different benefits that allow us to do that, I'm all for doing that. Like, as an example, I'm not committing, but if we can get it up to 20%, that would be huge. We would have a really good project. And I think that something like that could possibly work. And I'm saying that I will push everything I can to try and make that happen, because I do understand the importance of what we are trying to accomplish here is really to create more housing for what I call our frontline workers.
Councilmember Chua, if I might add to that, Kevin, as I recall some of our initial discussions around the design of this building, one of the reasons it's long and covers the entire site is that the mechanical parking stackers are in the middle. This makes them accessible to the, for lack of a better way to describe it, to units on both the right and the left. And this is a type of parking structure, a mechanical parking structure that we have not seen in Milpitas. So it'd be somewhat novel. One way of thinking about it might be that for example, if you had two buildings and you had a surface parking area between, would be the usual way that we build things. But in order to get a little more density on this site, rather than a horizontal surface parking lot, we're really looking at something new, a vertical parking structure, vertical parking lot with mechanical parking in between the two, what would be two buildings. And so the parking is accessible from both Able Street and Main Street. Is that a good way to describe it, Kevin?
Yeah, it's a really good way. And that echoes some of our conversations. And I'm glad you brought that up, because it is that. And again, on top of that, we really tried to create and not disturb the thought that was done in the Main Street specific plan, because again, you're looking at this table here, but if you open up the actual zoning, this particular site is identified as an opportunity site. Okay, so it almost has a clean slate for this exact meeting to happen. Okay, and it was brilliant to do that, because it was a long, skinny site. And it also says in the specific plan very clearly, like midway through the blocks, projects should consider connective pathways from the streets from Able to Main. And so we're doing that. So we're actually following we're not really doing anything different. And 5 stories is not a big building. We're not trying to get 7 or 8, which would stick out. And so I think 7 or 8 probably would be good, but not on this site. It's too skinny. So I think this is like Ned said, it's a catalyst, because it brings that connectivity from Calaveras, from Sarah Center all the way over to Main Street ultimately, and that's what you want to do. I mean, you guys talked about a capital improvement project, which blows my mind that the engineering is not going to start till 2027. It's like, my God, I'll be gone by then. I mean, somewhere fishing, but I mean, but 2027, I'm just thinking, holy cow. I mean, so let's look at something like this where we can actually put something together and say, hey, we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to start to create the building blocks for the rest of this area that we've got right around here, that if you go out there, you know it, you guys all know it. It all needs to be redeveloped. It all needs to have better housing, and it needs to have better retail, and it's going to, but somebody's got to start on it. And that's where I really kind of, I really have to applaud, Ned and his team, everybody, Lillian. I mean, this just has been really such a great working relationship to come up with something that actually is a doable project in what I believe. But anyway, I'm rambling now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weiss. I have a question for Ms. Benoit. The apartments across this land, this lot, how tall is that? How many stories do we have there?
The townhomes on Main
Yes, the
Street.
new ones, right across St. John and this lot.
I believe they're 3 stories.
That's correct.
Yeah, there are 3 stories, yes.
So that would be double the height of this one?
No, this is 5 stories.
Oh. Okay. So what would be, so do we have any idea how high the height of that townhomes across this lot? I'm just trying to imagine how it would look like.
Yeah, they're probably 35 feet, and we're looking at 55 feet, so maybe 20 feet higher, something in that range, the parapet wall. But you also have to look and consider what's going to happen to the north of this site and then to the west of this site, right? So this is you have to think of the residential transition as you go across that area, right? So it's going to be in that 5-story range all around Calaveras.
Councilmember Chua, as I recall, so looking at the table that's on the screen, the Milpa townhomes, the existing townhomes across the street fit in within the current zoning. So it's likely that it's up to 45 feet in height. So the proposed building would be an additional probably 15 feet or so. And it is 3 stories. The ground floor retail has a higher ceiling height per our design standards. And then it looks like there's a parapet on the top to hide the mechanical equipment on the roof.
Okay,
like up to 45.
That's better. 15 feet is better than 30 something. Okay, so I would like to thank you all. I would like to make sure that do you want me to answer those 3 questions, Ms. Benoit?
Yes.
Maybe if we go, yeah, there we go. Thank you.
So I would go with the 60 feet. That's number 2. I would recommend looking into 20% affordable housing as indicated by the applicant. They'll be willing to consider that. And also considering the height, it would be, I think I'm okay with the 60 feet. And for additional conceptual plans, I like to see the 2,000 square feet restaurant and other options. I know it's mentioned as a restaurant. Just come back with what other options do we have for those? Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. So next is Councilmember Dominguez. Let me put you on there.
Thank you very much. I'll keep my comments brief. I definitely appreciate the consideration for the 20% affordable housing, which I completely would support the 6 feet if we're able to make that accommodation. In particular, the reason why I've been talking with the community, they are actually okay with seeing the space filled with affordable housing and housing because it is on Main Street. And so they really want a walkability. I really like some of the different things that were talked about. The other thing I know that you had mentioned was like maybe just making sure that there's a community space that community could access, either the community room would be great, just because it's right there. And I know that that is a need as we move forward with the different projects on that particular street. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. So with that, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Dominguez. I will say my thoughts. Oh, actually, Mayor, did you? Oh, no, I guess he's not. I thought maybe you were going to say something, but you can't because you recused yourself. So I would like to make my comments. I think this is a great project, and I'd really love your enthusiasm, Mr. Weiss. Having this building, this project in that area, it will really be the catalyst to revitalize Main Street. And if you look around in the neighborhood, you'll see that there are plenty of vacant lots. And I think that this project will incentivize the other landowners to build something that will, revitalize Main Street. And that's one of the goals that we've been wanting to do in the city. Couple of questions for you. I do like that it's 5 stories, not 6 or 7. And I know that the land is a skinny, elongated land, so it's really hard to build 2 buildings. So I like how you were able to make it work. But what I really like from this project is the paseo. That paseo is a way for the community in the Old Town Main Street to be like a gathering place. You'll have restaurants there. It's a kind of like the old Spanish paseos that they used to have way back in the Rancho days. And I really do like that. It has room for restaurants and just for people to meet and greet and so forth. I would also highly recommend, actually, that's probably for me to approve this project, I would like 20% affordability. I've been pushing for that. I know right now we have an ordinance for 15%, but I think 20%, 5 more units would be a good way to make sure that we keep affordability in this community. The other thing is mixed use. I want to find out how the FAR, because some of the problems that I see with the one across the street in front of St. John's, the FAR is too small. So you're not getting those businesses like restaurants and so forth because it's so small. And I'm wondering, is the FAR the same as the one at La Milpa, the one across from St. John's?
In this case, thank you, Vice Mayor. It's a great question. I think in this case, the depth of the retail would be much wider. Mr. Weiss indicated that it will be large enough that it could even possibly be divided into 2 separate businesses or 2 separate restaurants, or 1 larger restaurant. So those are some of the details that we would look into as we continue and bring this back to both Planning Commission and Council in the future.
That is so great, Chair. I really am. I'm glad about that because I have a problem with the other one. It's pretty small. The other, the art piece. I know we have an art ordinance that I created back in 2016 or 15, and the community, they just love it because it does bring us to it brings this city to a higher, more suburbanite, modernized community or city. And if you see some of our art pieces around town, especially in the transit area, you'll be amazed. So I know you put some kind of art on that facade, but you said it was just temporary. But I'm wondering what type of art will you put in your project? Is it going to be an in lieu fee that you're going to pay an amount and it goes into our art fund, or are you going to put a piece there or a facade?
Oh, the plan is to work with the art, what you've created in that original effort, and work with them and build it ourselves. We're going to build it, and then if there's opportunities, because we're building an art piece, if we can get those in lieu fees, that's for sure. All of that stuff goes into the mix of how we make this project work.
Yeah, and if the art could be maybe some type of historical art piece that represents Old Town Main Street, that would be great. And as you know, the Arts Commission will be reviewing that, your proposal for the art piece, or the in lieu fee. I think that's it. That's all my questions. But I'm really glad you're enthusiastic about this project, because I am. I really feel that it's a great project. But as I mentioned before, I have been recommending 20% instead of the 15%, and I would really highly recommend that you do that. And let me see what else. And bear with me, because this is my first time here on the taking the mayor's place. And is there anything else? Okay. Thank you so much. Is there a, oh yeah, I'm sorry, public comment. Okay. Going on to public comment.
I'm St. John the Baptist, and around is my second house. By the way, my name is Voltaire Montemayor. I'm a past granite of the Knights of Columbus. I'm a choir member. I'm assistant facility coordinator at St. John's. The other side is also music and another church there. I'm not contradicting this project. I am for its best impact. I am convinced if I could speak for the whole St. John Church and the whole St. John community, I will. But I don't think so. We have the pastor and we have everybody, ministers there. But I'm willing to sit with you guys to make sure that we could convince the St. John Parish Church and around. I am there. I'm almost there, few hours a day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anybody from the virtual world that would like to speak on this subject matter? Seeing none, we will go back to our deliberation from my colleagues. If there is none, the direction, we have the, okay, so you have the direction of City Manager. Is there anything?
That's correct, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Planning Director Thomas, is there anything else you need from the council? It sounds like we heard their comments and direction.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a very fruitful discussion and just the type of direction and discussion that we needed to hear. So I think we have everything we need to move forward, and we'll continue to work with Mr. Weiss. And we look forward to bringing back, as I mentioned earlier, we'll look forward to bringing back the a discussion for you about our work, ongoing work on the Midtown update. Thank you very much.
And Vice Mayor, I believe to close out the item, you would deem the report received by the council.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone, Ned and your staff and City Manager, all the staff. And the report has been received and from the council and directed to the staff. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Do a little time check. It's 10:08 in military time at 22:08. That was a great item, number 16. What can I say? I think it'll be good. Item number 17, accept staff report providing an update on the Mill on Main project located at 1380 to 1400 South Main Street, and direct the city manager as to whether or not to send a letter of support to the county of Santa Clara for the conversion of 100% deed restricted affordable housing project with on-site support services. And we'll go to our director, Sharon Goey from the Building Safety and Housing Department. Hello.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the community. We're here this evening to provide you an update on the Mill on Main project. We're also seeking your direction on sending a letter of support or not to the county regarding the project's proposal. Next slide, please. So here's some background regarding this project. It is a fully entitled 220-unit apartment community located at 1380 to 1400 South Main Street. It is near the Great Mall Light Rail Station, which is located within the transit area specific plan area. This project is developed by the core companies, and this project was approved by the City Council on October 16, 2018. This 220-unit multifamily housing project includes 10 units designated for very low-income households, with the balance being market rate units. The building permits for this project were already approved in 2021. Next slide, please. So this project has been delayed because of the economic impacts caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. In response, the developer has been exploring public financing opportunities to develop the project as 100% affordable. The project's pivot to affordable housing provides an opportunity to leverage public funds to move toward affordable housing goals and to accelerate the start of construction. The core company's plans to finance the Mill on Main project with a combination of funding sources such as tax credits, tax-exempt bonds, Santa Clara County Measure A funds, and also funds from the California Department of Housing and Community Development. To qualify for the funds, CORE proposes to develop the project as 100% affordable and serve tenant population with some special needs. This project will serve households earning up to 30% to 60% of the area median income of Santa Clara County. Among the 220 units, the project proposal will provide 24 units for the county's rapid rehousing program and 20 units to serve the intellectually and developmentally disabled community. The project will have on-site resident supportive services for these units. Next slide, please. And so the developer's proposal changes the affordability and tenant population for the project, but the project will retain the same design, size, height, scale, bedroom unit mix, and parking as approved by the City Council in October 2018. While exploring funding, in April 2021, CORE conducted a community meeting to listen to feedback. In April this year, CORE conducted a community meeting to provide further updates to the community. And as we have seen our arena progress, the city has exceeded our market rate housing goals, but we lag behind in meeting the goals for very low, very low, and extremely low income housing. And the Mill on Main project would contribute to meeting the city's arena goals in these lower income categories. In order to secure county funding commitments, the core companies is requesting City Council support of the proposal to move the project forward. Next slide, please. So here's staff recommendation to accept staff report providing the update on the Mill on Main project located at 1380 to 1400 South Main Street, and direct the city manager as to whether or not to send a letter of support to the county of Santa Clara for the conversion to a 100% deed-restricted affordable housing project with on-site support services. So that concludes my presentation. We have county representatives here, Consuelo Hernandez and Natalie Monk, that are here tonight. We also have Vince Cantori and Chris Neal with the core companies. Vince has a presentation to give whenever the mayor and council would like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Goey, and we'll go to the project applicant, I believe, Core, if you'd like to present or speak. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I'm Vince Cantori, Vice President of the Core Companies, and with me tonight, as Sharon mentioned, is Chris Neal, President of the Core Companies, and we're here to request your support for our Mill on Main project. Before I get started with our presentation, I would like to thank staff for their work bringing this project forward to the council this evening, as well as our project supporters. And Mayor, thanks very much at the start of the meeting for the proclamation on Affordable Housing Week. We think this project will be a great contribution to help meeting the city's goals. As many of you know, the project was approved in 2018 as a market rate project, and it included 10 units of very low income housing. We're here tonight because the project as approved is not feasible. The impacts of the pandemic have created significant challenges to deliver a market rate project. And we've had to watch as rents have decreased and costs have increased, which has challenged our ability to move the project forward. So as Sharon mentioned, we had to pivot and are now proposing that the project is 100% affordable. Our primary objectives for this unique opportunity are as follows. One, we're offering a broad depth of affordability for households earning up to 30 to 60% of area median income. Two, we're proposing rent levels that are roughly half of what the rent levels would be if this was to move forward as a market rate project, which I think is very compelling. Three, we're not proposing any changes to the entitlements, the unit mix, building design, parking requirements, all remain unchanged from what was approved in 2018. Four, I would just say, the project will pay all task fee obligations, which on this project were roughly $8 million. We'll be paying the full freight on school fees, which are around $800,000, contributing to annual CFD obligations, which I think equates to about $120,000 per year. And in addition to meeting our public art obligations, we'll also be providing play equipment to Mabel Mattis Elementary School, which is part of our original agreement with the school district. And one of the other things I would mention is we're not requesting any funding from the city. I think that's very unique and something that should be considered by the council. So Mayor and Council, these are all noteworthy objectives. This is a great project, but perhaps and most importantly, we're here tonight to request your support to preserve a unique affordable housing opportunity so we can raise the necessary local, state, and federal funds to allow the project to move forward. While the vast majority of units, roughly 176, will be targeted to a tenant population earning between 30 to 60% of area median income, our proposal, as Sharon mentioned, also includes 44 units of housing that would serve tenants who are experiencing a disruption in their life that may be related to a loss of job, could be a health event, or it could be some other disabling condition that requires assistance and services to keep them housed in a stable environment. Mayor and Council, this project is vital for the community of Milpitas. From a policy perspective, the Mill on Main will help the city significantly meet their RETA goals, but more important than any local policy objective is the impact that this project will have on individuals, couples, and families that are in desperate need of affordable housing. And with that, I'll start my presentation. So the first slide, as several of you may know, I don't think the entire council was on the council in 2018 when this project was initially approved. So the first slide is really a graphic to just demonstrate the project. It's a 7-story project, which consists of 2 floors of parking with 5 stories of residential. And it's located along Main Street. Next slide, please. A little bit about the Core Companies. We were founded in 1978. We have a 40-year track record of providing housing within the community. Our core markets are in the South Bay and Peninsula. We're a vertically integrated company, which allows us to control the quality of our product very well. And we work with world-class marketing teams and property management teams. So we're really proud of what we've accomplished. In our history, we've developed over 5,000 units of housing. Of that total amount, we've developed 3,000 or a little over 3,000, I think it's about 3,100 units of affordable housing. And there's a variety of affordable housing projects that we've developed. Next slide, please. And this slide is really intended to just show some of our projects that are representative of our experience. And so our first project, that's a market rate project in downtown San Jose. It's 105 units, but it's intended to really, give you a picture of the kind of massing and scale that we're talking about with the Mill on Main project. To the right of that, in the upper right, We have our Presidio project, which is located in the city of Santa Clara, and it's targeting the same AMI levels that we're proposing here. And then, at the bottom to the right, that's our Willow Housing Project in Menlo Park. That's 100% permanent supportive housing, which is not what we're proposing here, but it's a beautiful project and we're really proud of it. It serves veterans. And in addition to these projects that aren't illustrated on the screen, we have our Agrihood project, which is across from Winchester Boulevard that's currently under construction, welcoming its first residents in 2023. And I'm also working on our project in Millbrae at the Gateway, or at the BART station, our Gateway at Millbrae project. That's 80 units, and that includes 18 units of housing that's preferred for veterans. Next slide, please. So just to orientate you with the site, I'd say this slide is really intended to illustrate, really what makes this project so interesting to us. It's located in a fantastic area that's transit rich and has close access to retail, everyday retail needs, including the Great Mall. There's been a $1 billion investment in the BART transit system in this area that's not far from our site. And it's just a fantastic project. And from a location perspective, the location alone helps us leverage potential sources of funding through the state's ASIC program that would, ideally help benefit the city as well with pedestrian and bike improvements. So we're really excited to be in this location, and we're just really appreciative of Milpitas' efforts thus far to approve the project. Next slide, please. And again, as we mentioned, this is a shovel-ready project. And, to preserve this opportunity, the Core Companies is pursuing financing that's going to increase the affordable units and take advantage of public financing opportunities. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we're going to be consistent with all of our approvals and conditions that were required by the council in 2018. Next slide. Affordability, I'd say one of the things that sets the Core Companies apart from a lot of our competitors is our expertise in financing challenging projects. And this is no exception. We anticipate that the project would be financed through a combination of low-income housing tax credits, tax-exempt bonds, county Measure A funds, HCD, most likely through the ASIC program. And the majority of the affordable units would be built for very low and low-income households. Next slide. This is just to illustrate the income ranges that we're targeting with this project. And so you can see the unit count and the breakdown and just the income ranges that are targeted. And these are based on 2021 income limits that have been published by HCD. I actually haven't seen the 2022 income limits, but generally speaking, they fluctuate. Over the course of the last few years, they tend to rise each year by a small percentage. Next slide. So to help kind of visualize the folks that this project would serve, we put together this graphic just to demonstrate, if we're talking about 30 to 60% of area median income, like who are the folks that would really live here? So, at the lower end of the income spectrum, you maybe have nursing assistants, you maybe have delivery drivers, EMTs, grocery store clerks, postal workers. And, as you kind of progress through the spectrum, you can see teachers, county pharmacy technicians, accountants. I think this slide is very representative of the type of folks that would live in at the project. And so we just think this serves a vital workforce housing need for the community, and we're excited about it. Next slide, please. So as Sharon mentioned in her comments, so it's a 220 total unit project. 176 units, I would say, in terms of income levels, they're virtually this very similar income levels to, if we had kept the project as a market rate project, very similar demographics and income levels that we'd be servicing. I would say that one of the unique aspects of this project is that we have 24 units set aside for rapid rehousing, and I'll touch on that in a second, and 20 units for the intellectually and developmentally disabled community. And so I'll start with the intellectually and developmentally disabled community. So to think about that, first, just by way of context, in the city of Milpitas, there's about 445 families that are caring for intellectually and developmentally disabled children. Of that total, we have about 194 of those residents that are still living with their parents. Now, their parents are aging and may not be able to provide the level of care that they need. And so this project would help really just meet a significant need for that population. And when we're talking about the IDD population, we're really talking about folks that maybe fall somewhere on the autism spectrum. Maybe they have Down syndrome, maybe there's cerebral palsy, or maybe there's some other physical, disability that they've had to just deal with. And so again, we think this project is going to serve a vital need and address, critical housing for this population. For rapid rehousing, I would say, rapid rehousing tenant population is not what we would consider to be chronically homeless. It's a lighter form of intervention. And, I've spoken a lot about this with the county just to make sure, I'm totally clear on the population, but we're talking a population that's, maybe it's someone experienced the loss of a job, or maybe they've had some other, temporary health event that has compromised their ability to stay housed. And so when we're talking about rapid rehousing and the folks that kind of qualify in that category, we're talking about folks that really need, just temporary services for a temporary period of time, in this case, a 2-year period of time, where they can get back on their feet and have a helping hand through the county to, provide them with the services that they need. And when we're talking about those services, we're talking about computer literacy programs, maybe some help, preparing resumes or some other type of vocational assistance so that we're positioning them long-term for success. And so I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. We're excited about being able to provide housing, for these 2 tenant populations and for the remaining 176 units. But again, this project will help meet a very critical need. Next slide, please. So just to kind of set the context for what we're talking about when we talk about the schedule, as I'm sure most of the council is well aware, it's incredibly complicated to finance and develop affordable housing. Here we have a situation where we have a shovel-ready project that we need to finance. And so, when we've looked at the timeline and tried to align everything, you can see what we've done in 2021 and 2022. We've held community presentations with local residents. We noticed the meetings to a 1,000-foot radius around the project. And we've actually had a very limited response from the community. I think we had a few comments maybe back in 2021 about, what I would consider to be more land use related issues like parking and massing of buildings and things of that nature. But no one that's really voiced any concern, about, the affordable project or, the rapid rehousing population or the IDD population. And so, we've responded to all the questions that have come up. And from a timing standpoint, we're looking to start construction in 2024. And, if you ask the question, well, why are you waiting that long? And it's really a function of some of our funding sources. So like I said at the start, we think this is a prime site for an ASIC grant, it's a special program through HCD that has a loan that goes to the housing development, and then it has money that would go to sustainable transportation infrastructure projects in the city. So in addition to the task fees, if there's bike lanes or pedestrian improvements that need to be made in the city, if we're successful in getting that funding, that's a very real possibility to bring those resources into Milpitas. And so with that, we're talking about, proposed construction start in February of 2024 at the earliest. And we anticipate that this project will take anywhere from 24 to 30 months to build out. So we'd be looking at welcoming our first residents in April of 2026. And when I mention that timeline to our stakeholders and to the community, you can feel just how deflated folks feel because there's such a desperate need. And even under our best efforts, this is still a ways out and it's going to take time to line up financing. So your support at this very moment is absolutely critical. Next slide. Yeah, and as I mentioned, we're staying consistent and we're meeting all of our fee obligations that were approved back in 2018. The contribution as part of the transit area specific plan / task fees would be absolutely critical to furthering the projects that have been identified for those fees to be used towards. We're contributing over $800,000 to the school district. We're contributing to playground equipment at the elementary school. And the project would also contribute $120,000 annually to the community facilities district. I think these are all very real financial considerations that the city council should be made aware of. Next slide. Yeah, and since we updated the proposal to a 100% affordable project, we've launched a website with fact sheets about the project. We've set up an email portal to answer any communications that might come up. We've held one-on-one meetings with our community stakeholders. We've had project presentations and town hall meetings. So we're here, we're listening. I'd say one of core strengths, in addition to our financial expertise, is just our ability to work with communities and folks that have different viewpoints on affordable housing projects. So again, we're pretty happy with the project. We're pretty happy with just all the work that's gone into the project to get it to this point. And we're thankful for our stakeholders, some of whom I think are, in the audience or via Zoom, who could speak in support. I think there's been a few letters of support that have been issued to the council as well as part of the staff write-up. So we're here and happy to answer any questions. Next slide. And that concludes the presentation. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Before we answer any questions, just to let you know, we have our property manager, the John Stewart Company, available to respond to any questions. They have a proven track record in Milpitas. I think they managed the Terraces project for a number of years, and I think that's been a very successful project. We also have a resident services provider in case there's any questions that could come up on that front. And we have representatives from the county as well to respond to questions. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vince. I appreciate the number of slides you had. Let's go to public comment. Come on up, public comment, folks. And we're going to move through this, I think, very expeditiously.
Mayor, before you open up to public comment, I would like to announce on behalf of Vice Mayor Montano that she has opted to recuse herself based on the location of the project.
All right. All righty, all righty. And we have a request from Councilmember Dominguez.
Point of clarification, she recused herself because of what?
Based on the location of the project.
What about the location of the project?
The proximity, I believe, to her home.
Did we confirm that? I would like to take the time to confirm to make sure that her home is not in the, I think it's 500. How many? 1,000, thank you, Councilmember. To 1,000 feet.
So I can confirm that it wouldn't result in a FECC violation. It wouldn't be within that 500 feet, but nonetheless, she has the option to recuse herself if she believes it would.
But your legal insight on this is that it is not a violation. So shouldn't she had confirmed this before? I mean, this is a housing project that is important to our community, and she's deciding to recuse herself from it. I'm failing to understand why.
So the rule is that there's a violation if you're within 500 feet. If you're between 500 and 1,000 feet, there's a violation under specific enumerated circumstances. Outside 1,000 feet, there's a violation if you believe that because of the location and proximity to the property and any potential change to character of the neighborhood, it would unduly influence your decision and create a conflict. Vice Mayor Montano.
All of us at that point. I mean, if you think about we all live in Milpitas. So that in itself would quantify to that excuse that you're giving me. That's an excuse. I mean, did she confirm with the FPPC that this was going to be a violation?
Well, so again,
it doesn't sound like it. That's what I'm hearing. So she's still recusing herself. So she's failing to uphold her position as a council member and her job because I'm trying to understand the reason why.
The reason why would be that there would be a conflict of interest based on the location of the project.
So that's my question, is the location of the project within that 1,000 feet?
My understanding is that it is not, but that's not required for there to be a conflict of interest.
Understood. So if there is a perception in that case, then I could recuse myself as well. I mean, we all can, but we don't live. I mean, there is a perception that we're going to bring our own perspective and we get voted based on our ability to take our bias out and represent the people. All of us could say that excuse that you're giving me.
Well, and certainly I would recommend that any council member who believes they cannot fairly evaluate this project because of a bias should recuse himself.
So I want to hear the vice mayor's bias, why she believes that she needs to recuse herself from this decision. That's what I want to hear. I want to know what it makes her feel that she cannot make a unbiased decision. I would like to hear that from her.
Point of order, I want to refer to the code of conduct. Let's focus on the issue, not any person. I think each elected member is responsible for their own vote. So let's focus on the voting at hand. I want to move this meeting along here. We can't force people to do things. And I don't condone that as well. So let's move forward with what's on the agenda.
Okay, Mayor,
Thank you
point
so
of
much.
clarification to your statements.
Sure.
First and foremost, again, you continue to gaslight. I want to make it clear that it's not making anybody say anything. I just want a fair opportunity to hear what is it that is not allowing her to vote for this item. I think that's a fair request from anybody that's watching. It's just like if you call your supervisor and call in sick, you want to know why aren't they reporting to work? And so I honestly feel that your statements of me making someone or violating the code of conduct are definitely not applicable to this. I believe that as elected officials, we have the responsibility to share why we can't vote. If there's a lack of backbone to vote on a housing project, that is an issue for me. So
That's
I
a
want to
moot
know,
point.
excuse me, I'm not done yet. I'm still speaking. And I would like the opportunity to continue to speak.
Okay, one at a time.
Thank you.
One at a time. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat, please. You recuse yourself, please return. And that's why we have a code of conduct. You know, it's kind of disappointing. And I think folks in the community have been very aware of some of the politics or targeting that's been happening. And I just referred back to the code of conduct. If we have to have respect for each other, if any member, such as myself, recuses themselves, which I did earlier tonight, we have to accept each other for who we are.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Excuse me. And so let's just accept each other for who we are. We can't change other people forcefully or with noise or things. Let's just accept who we are. People are gonna be different from one another, and we come together and we vote, and that's it. So I want to get back to the agenda item, if that's okay.
Yeah,
the city attorney had announced that Vice Mayor has recused herself due to the project's location in the proximity of her neighborhood, which is she does live the closest to the project. I'm still here voting. Shout out, I'm still here. I live second closest. And so let's go to public comment. Mr. Montemura.
Yeah, I'm for the better impact. Like if Main Street will be like people 24/7 walking, then I'm very happy. Because that's my street also, like Abil and Main. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to the Zoom virtual raised hand. First up, Robert Stromberg.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bob Stromberg. Robert is fine too. I work with Destination Home. We're a nonprofit organization working to end and prevent homelessness in Milpitas and throughout the county of Santa Clara. And just wanted to be here this evening to express our support for the Mill on Main. We know that there are more than 65,000 households throughout the county that are at risk of homelessness because they cannot find a place that's affordable to live. And the solution to that is ELI and VLI housing. And this development will bring a lot of that to meet that problem, but also to work toward the RENA goals of the city. So we would encourage council to express their support in the letter to the county and help this important development move forward for Milpitians. Thank you so much.
You got it. All right. Next up, we have Jeanette Stokely. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Jan Stokely, Executive Director of Housing Choices. Our organization is celebrating our 25th anniversary, focusing on meeting the housing needs of people with developmental disabilities, including the several hundred residents of the city of Milpitas. We currently support people with developmental disabilities to live successfully in integrated affordable housing across Santa Clara County. But there's no opportunity at this time for Milpitas residents to remain in their home community, and the Mill on Main project would give them that opportunity. The project is wonderfully located for the people we work with because of the proximity to transit, shopping and services. Many adults with developmental disabilities don't drive or own a car. So this is an ideal opportunity for Milpitas to take that step and create an opportunity for Milpitas residents with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Absolutely. Thank you. Next up, we got Connie Frenzel. And welcome to the city of Milpitas, the land of cornfields. And we have Connie. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome. Welcome.
Okay. My name's Connie, and my son, who's had autism, has lived in Milpitas for the past 12 years. Due to him receiving Social Security disability benefits, he would find it impossible to rent in this area. As the past president of the San Francisco Bay Area Autism Society, I've heard a lot of concern about lack of housing for the developmentally disabled community and concern from parents about where their children will live in the future. Due to the lack of housing currently, many of the disabled in our area are often referred by regional center far away from their community and their parents and other support systems and the people that they've grown up with. Therefore, I support Mill on Main because it would create 20 affordable apartments for people like my own son, and it is a great location close to services. So I'm hoping that Milpitas will certainly implement this project. It's time for Milpitas to serve this very underserved population and allow their citizens and children to remain in Milpitas. Thank you.
I hear you. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, I see no further virtual raised hands on the Zoom. We're going to move this meeting forward. Time check 10:42. Thank you to our public that are here on the Zoom. And we'll bring the conversation back up here to the dais. Thank you for all the public comment. I take great pride in supporting projects, and this is one that is not easy, but I feel based off of my assessment and analysis, when there's especially a high density project, I'm able to identify the good ones and go throughout every neighborhood in Milpitas to explain what's happening. And so I want to ask a question or two, if I may go to the County of Santa Clara Office of Supportive Housing. Consuela, are you there?
Good evening, Mayor. Yes.
Yes, Consuela,
Yes.
how you doing? Yeah.
Good, thank you. How are you, Mayor?
Good, good. Hope all is well. I just have a question in regards to the 24 units of rapid rehousing. I'm looking at the website, very nice. And I wanted to ask, and it's not a deciding question, but is this the same list of folks for Project Homekey, or is it a different population?
It is a different population, Mayor. If you recall, a couple of months ago when we reported the progress of our heat contract with you all, about 40% or so of the people that are assessed through that program are in the range of rapid rehousing. And just to give you some statistics of the population around rapid rehousing, upon exit of the program, people in rapid rehousing have an income depending on the household size. So for a family, it's about $2,000 per month. And an individual will exit the program at $952 a month, just to give you a sense of the income limits compared to what Mr. Cantori presented during his part of the presentation. And we have about 5 different programs within rapid rehousing: families, veterans, youths, single adults, and then any other population type. So they are scoring at a different range than the people that are served at our permanent supportive housing sites.
I hear you. Okay, great. And so out of the 24 units, how many of those units, rapid rehousing, do you think will be occupied by families? Because I always put families first.
And we have the opportunity, Mayor, to control that by the unit type. So if you wanted to set aside the units within the project that are designated as rapid rehousing with 2 bedrooms, that would be for a household of 4.
That's wonderful. And how many of the 24 units are multi-bedroom or more than a single? I said, for lack of a better description. Have we identified the 24 units for rapid rehousing?
We have preliminarily, Mayor, for the purposes of determining what the possible funding opportunities we have. But the reason why we were advocating to bring this item before the council is to get your input on what those specific goals for the city are before we go to the board for a recommendation.
Oh, even better. Okay, great. Yeah, so thank you, Consuelo. Contrary to some of the talk of, or contrary to some of the talk out there in the community or the media, I am actually in favor of supporting those that are most vulnerable, those that are disabled, veterans, and affordable housing. My track record speaks for itself, despite the media. But I want to ask if we can allocate as many of those 24 units to families. And I hope that's not a hard ask, because I know a 2-bedroom or maybe a 3, if there's a 3, I'm not sure. But if 2-bedroom, it's a little more real estate than a 1-bedroom. But I just really want to take care of the families out there in the rapid rehousing. And so that is my feedback for the project applicant. Let's maximize the rapid rehousing with families. You can't go wrong. I said it, families, yeah. And I think that might be possible. What do you think, Vince?
Mayor, I think we're willing to work with you on that point.
Okay, we'll be working.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then one more thing I want to ask. Let's see, I guess I'll go to maybe Vince or Warren. How y'all doing? It's important to me that anybody that signs a lease at this apartment complex, I'll call it, or for rent housing, abide not only by the property policies, but also the laws of the land that we have here in our municipality. In the event there's someone in rapid rehousing or even the affordable unit population where a crime is committed, let's say a felony, will these residents break their lease, and will they be asked to leave? It is my concern with other housing projects, I will say no names, where tenants have really committed crimes, felonies, and they're still able to reside at some of these housing projects. What's the policy going to be for this building?
Warren, could you speak to that?
Sure. Welcome, Mayor. This is Warren Reed. I'm with the John Stewart Company. All the tenants at this property would be subject to a standard lease that lays out quite clearly for them their responsibilities. There would also be, as mentioned earlier, services available to help residents. But certainly if someone committed a serious crime, such as you suggest a felony, they'd be subject to the terms of the lease, which would typically allow management to terminate their lease.
I'll follow up with that. Thank you for the answer, Warren. I'll follow up with your answer with another question, which is, if I was a resident for rapid rehousing at the Mill on Main Street, and I was in my room, I got caught with 10 pounds of meth, 100 rounds of ammunition, a ghost gun, and what else? And I had a stolen vehicle outside. Would I be evicted, or would I still have the right to stay there?
Those are all specific violations of the lease, which are grounds for termination.
Even if I'm in rapid rehousing, Office of Supportive Housing.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. All right, well, I'll sum it up here before I go to my colleagues. You look back at the Milpitas post years ago, and I voted no on this market rate project. I had a lot of concerns, parking, the affordability, which was only 5% at the time. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I've been around. I'm getting some gray hairs here in City Hall. And so for me, it was a no at the time. And why do I say yes now? Because I will be saying yes. Well, it's 100% affordable. Let's start with that. And it's located next to the light rail. There's a commercial sort of shopping center right there. Liberty Plaza, home of Crawdaddy Restaurant. And Trader Joe's is right there. The mall. I mean, it's really just within a block. And the walkability is prime. Transportation-oriented development there is prime. If this wasn't a 100% affordable project, I would vote no. And I think I said this with the other project over on Montague and the Sango, yeah, the 83 unit one. So it's not the first time I've done this. It is an eyesore. I do see the lot every time I drive to the vice mayor's house. Every time I go over there, I do see the empty lot. And growing up here in Milpitas, I could just remember the last time it was open as a bar and restaurant, someone got murdered, and they threw the body under a car to hide it from the police. The police found the body, and it was just a really bad scene. It hasn't been open since, and it was called the Palms. And so we need to do something about that corner. And I'm really looking forward to some of the other development that's happening over there. And I know that the affordable housing folks, I love the income table. It really shows that it's going to be hardworking folks, maybe people that work here in City Hall that are still here upstairs right now doing work. But I think it's going to be a good project. I know there will be concerns with parking. We do have the Pines parking permit pilot program. Peter Pickle Pepper, right. But we have that on deck, and so we can always implement that. We got about $2.6 million with our general CIP government fund. So if we need to activate that, we will. And so yeah, other than that, this one's for affordable housing. Last thing I'll say is I do partake in some real estate out in the community, and you know, it's really a serious issue what's happening right now with the cost of living. And if folks think it's bad right now, well, wait till you see what the rent and the cost of living is going to be like in 5 to 10 years from now, if you think it's bad right now. So I do want to applaud myself. I did endorse County Measure A back in 2016. I'll pat myself on the back for that. I voted yes on that. So let's get some of that money here. We've been talking about it for a long time. This is it. Next up, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I would like to request Ms. Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez, thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Chu. My pleasure.
My question is, since this is going to be funded by the county Measure A, Will the selection process be the way it has always been? It's whatever's on the algorithm on the selection process. You use a software. It's not going to be dedicated to Milpitas residents, this 24 and 20, or even the affordable housing ones. Is it, how is the selection process will be done? How will it, what's the process, I guess?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Chua. The 20 units for intellectual and developmental disabilities, the eligibility criteria for those units is that they are connected to the San Andreas Regional Center for Services. And those referrals come from that organization. The 24 units that are designated for rapid rehousing, those would come from the community queue or the algorithm that you mentioned. The balance of the units, I would defer to the core team to answer because we do not control the referral process for the balance of the units.
So in essence, our Milpitas residents are not guaranteed to be on these two special categories, correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Chua. We do work closely to prioritize, particularly with the most recent agreement that we have with you all on the HEAT team.
Right.
And, you know, there's always an opportunity for the city to pay for the services if you wanted to prioritize. For the rapid rehousing units, the cost for the service on an annual basis is $7,500 per household. And the rental subsidy is approximately $1,990 a month based on current numbers.
Oh, what are those numbers again? You lost me on that one.
Sorry. So when we think about the services and the rental subsidy that we provide the households in rapid rehousing, one is assistance for rent. So over time, they pay a larger portion of their rent. And we average that over a 24-month period to be approximately $1,900 a month.
I see.
The supportive services that we provide that Warren mentioned briefly, the cost or the value of that service per household on an annual basis is $7,500.
I see. Okay. So on that development, so it's still true for the 20, for the developmentally and intellectually challenged, right? We don't guarantee it for the Milpitas residents, correct? I just want to make that clear.
Correct.
The other question I have is, since we have this special people under the rapid rehousing and the developmentally challenged individuals, do we have a social services personnel at the site? Will we have one or two? Who's going to answer that, please?
So I can respond to that. This is Vince Cantori with the core companies. So we'll have on-site property management and we'll also have on-site resident services. The property management is, like I said, it's on-site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The resident services are typically provided Monday through Friday. And typically it's usually staffed by a person that's either half-time or full-time. But I mean, that's, you know, something that we could definitely look into depending on the desire of the council.
So I'm just focusing on the social services issue, not the management of the site.
Okay.
So is there one or none? You said half a person, or maybe if we ask a full-time, is that, am I hearing you correctly?
Well, I'm speaking to our on-site resident services. So for the first 2 years, and I may need some assistance from Consuelo on this, for the rapid rehousing units, the services are provided by the county.
Okay.
Correct. And Councilmember Chua, the staffing ratio typically for our clients is one staff person for 20 participants. Typically in rapid rehousing, we see that number, that ratio go to something closer to 1 to 30 because the level of need is less. And that staff person will not always be on site. We will work with the core team to determine the right number of days that they should be on site, but they're always available to the participants of the Rapid Rehousing Program.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Mr. Cantori, how are you? So you're going to do the HCT categories to house this affordable housing unit, right? Correct.
HCD is anticipated to be one of several funding sources that would help finance the project.
My question is, there's a 220 total and 44 for the special categories. What happens, will that be for the longevity of the building? Because the contract will be between you and whoever's in charge, whoever is overseeing your project. My concern is what happens if it changes what happens, is it going to happen in such a way that you can change the ratio? Will this be forever the same, like 20, 24, and 176? Is that going to be part of the contract? Because the contract is not within the city, it's between you. And who is your other counterpart?
So our other counterpart, if you mean property manager, we'd be working with the John Stewart Company.
Pardon?
If you mean by counterpart who our property management partner would be, it would be the John Stewart Company.
So who decides who decides what if this ratio is still going to be the same, or is there a way it can change? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, so let me attempt to answer it. So typically on an affordable tax credit finance project, we have deed restrictions in place that basically guarantee the affordability for a 55-year period of time. I don't know if that answers your question directly, but that's typically, in terms of city restrictions and all of our funding restrictions, it's typically for a 55-year period.
Okay, so I will always see 176, 20, 24. Is that correct? Am I correct on that assumption?
Yep.
Okay. And that's guaranteed through what piece of paper? Where is that written?
Typically, it's in the agreements that we enter into with our funding partners. And in the case of the city, there will be a city regulatory agreement that we would negotiate as the project is going through its financial closing process.
And the city is part of that, correct?
Yeah, it is. And just to Councilmember Chua, if I may, we also coordinate our marketing efforts very closely with the city to make sure when we're at that point, and typically it's about 4 months prior to construction completion, when we really get into starting our lease up process and doing our tenant selection process, we'll coordinate with the city. It's the exact experience I'm going through right now in our project in Millbrae, just to make sure we're marketing, we're conducting our marketing efforts to the extent feasible and permitted under fair housing law, to target, folks in Milpitas in this case. So yeah, I mean, we always have to be careful. We do have fair housing laws that, we need to make sure we're complying with. Our property managers need to make sure they're complying with it. But that doesn't mean we can't coordinate our marketing efforts to do whatever we can to reach out to the Milpitas community.
Right, I understand. But if the algorithm is used, no amount of marketing will determine the number of Milpitas residents being housed in your facilities. That's what I'm trying to say. Because we went through that with the other facilities. We ended up not having a lot of Milpitas residents in that one development. So I don't know. I know we have to abide with the housing laws because you're getting all your funding from all the government agencies. I don't know if you have come across something that we will help our residents, the better chance to getting into your project. Is there a way?
Well, I think the county is probably better positioned to answer that question on, the small overall number of units for the rapid rehousing population.
And that would be Ms. Hernandez.
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez?
Yes, apologies, Councilmember Chua. I
It's
just
all
want to
right.
make sure that I understand the question. Is it in terms of the 24 units that are set aside for rapid rehousing, how
Mhm.
long that obligation will stay in place? Is that correct?
Oh, I think that's been answered, and it has something to do with the contract and that the city will be part of. So
Yes,
that's
the
okay.
regulatory. Yes, the
Right.
regulatory agreement, correct.
Right. So my concern is, how can we make sure out of the 20 and 24, can we get more for Milpitas? Is there a way? Can you help us out?
So there's two ways. One is similar to the marketing strategy that Mr. Cantori mentioned. We work, in Milpitas, the kind of opportunity we have is we have our existing heat outreach contract where we know the population in your community that is currently unhoused and unsheltered. It's just a factor of the timing of the project. We may be housing folks that are currently homeless by the time that this project opens, based on the rate, of the 100 people or so that we assessed last year, about 30 were enrolled into housing programs. So it could be that by the time this project opens, we will have housed the people that were currently enrolling in the system. So there's that factor to keep in mind. So we would target the areas so that when we start to pull names for the lease up, they do rise to the top. Otherwise, the only other way is for Milpitas to create a specific program. You fund that program for 2 years, and then that's how you guarantee that the person, the eligibility requirement is where they currently live.
Okay. I would like to see something in writing, Mr. Cantori, to that effect.
Of course.
So we can target more Milpitas residents. Okay.
Provide that.
I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
You're welcome, Councilmember Chua, and I always appreciate your pragmatic leadership and due diligence. Next up, I just want to do a time check, folks. If you're in support of this item, nothing better than to get it approved. And so next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank those that are on the line. Consuelo, I know you work extremely hard, and it's taken me a while to really understand how this whole process works. In order to just address some of the questions that I have, could you share with me, is this project similar to Casa Feliz or Rincón de los Esteros apartments in San Jose with the same provider?
Not to my, thank you for the question, Councilmember Dominguez. I'm not so familiar with those sites. I do not believe so. I'd be happy to follow up after with staff, check in with the City of San Jose team.
And the only reason I ask, because I think you stated the management services of someone stated it. Was it John? I'm sorry, John Stewart, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I love the project. I first want to say thank you so much for bringing this forward and really helping support families that need housing services. I think it's great that we all are doing whatever we can in order to target families, especially families in Milpitas, especially talking with those who have challenges and disabilities. I think it's really, really important for us to continue the continuum of care in terms of housing. Just some of the things that I just want to know, just from past experience. One, I know that this housing will be providing housing for those with disabilities or other challenges. I would just like to make sure that there's a safety plan in place in order for, in case of an emergency, for them to have easy access out of the building. I know that has been a concern in prior buildings. And so I just want to make sure that there is easy access for someone who is wheelchair bound to make sure that they are able to escape out, and that there's a contingency plan with the Milpitas Police Department for them to know where those individuals are at in case there is an emergency. They're able to provide those services promptly. The other thing that I wanted to definitely commend all of you is just for the time that you guys have spent on making this 100%. I want our community to understand how important that is. We are helping individuals have a home. And so with that, I will keep my comments short. I think those were the only, the other concern that I had in regard of management services is I know that sometimes it's hard with staff turnaround. And so the continuity of care sometimes gets interrupted. So I would just want to make sure that city staff, you review what that continuum of care plan will be in the case of turnaround staff. What I would hate to see is gaps of service not being serviced because there's no staff. So I just want to make sure that there's that the county is able to hire either a third party if needed to make sure that those services are being implemented continuously. So that way there is no interruption. I think that's really, really important. The other thing I would like to ask staff and the county kindly is for just, again, going back to continuum of care. One of the things that I have noticed in some of the housing projects is that the individuals who live there have a continuum of care that's not within their jurisdiction, right? So they have to travel far. So one of the things that I would like to really see is, I know that here in the city of Milpitas, we have Santa Clara County Clinic. I just want to make sure that those individuals who reside there and have any kind of services that they have to go to Santa Clara County system, that they don't have to travel all the way down to San Jose. So if we could please get the commitment of helping those individuals once they get there, make sure that if they're going to get that continuum of care in health services, and see if that's possible now with some of the expansion of services that we're seeing here at our local clinic. Other than that, those are the only things. Not a lot that I'm asking. Thanks again a lot for your staff. Thank you for your time, staff, and I really do appreciate your considerations to my requests. Thank you, Mayor.
A project applicant, did you want to respond, or no need to respond?
My only response is that we will work with the city and just thank you very much for your leadership on this. We can't thank you enough.
Yeah. I want to take a moment. I think it was a little brave of core companies to post a banner on the property. There was a fencing and it said core companies under construction. I thought that was pretty brave. Before the approval. But here we are tonight, and I think it's working out well for the community. I do see a virtual raised hand I cannot ignore. Consuelo?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to chime in that the Casa Feliz property that Councilmember Dominguez asked about is an affordable housing development that is for individuals with an intellectual or developmental disability. It's a little different than what we're talking about today. Today, we're talking about an integrated development which pairs affordable housing units with a subset of those for households of IDD, not 100%.
Oh, great. We love it. And a couple more requests by my colleagues, but I'll make the motion to accept the staff report for the Mill on Main project and direct the city manager whether to actually, yes, to send a letter of support to the County of Santa Clara for the conversion to a 100% deed restricted affordable housing project with on-site support services. I just want to take the motion before someone else takes it, but carry on, Councilmember Fan.
And I will second that motion following my comments.
Okay, yes.
What a way to kick off Affordable Housing Month and National Mental Health Awareness Month. This is a project that we should be proud of. Thank you to the county. Thank you, Consuelo, for reaching out. I think it says a lot that county staff and officials are mindful of the city's feedback and are respectful of that. That's something that I hope we can continue in our partnerships with the county. Thank you to the core team for not giving up, because a lot of people, a lot of developers, if the financing doesn't work out, they'll just drop the project, sell it, and move on. But you guys actually decided to convert the project to 100% affordable. That is tremendous. We're going from 10 units affordable to 220. And immediately we will be reaching 34% of our RENA target for low income households. That's a lot of progress that we will be making. So it's really a great project. And to that end, I understand there may be concerns over, I guess, what's considered guaranteed housing for specifically Milpitas folks, and that there's only so much that we can do. But I think that we should commit our end too, and contribute with our own marketing, in addition to the marketing that is already going to be done by the project team. At the end of the day, I encourage my colleagues to vote their conscience, to do the right thing. If your conscience tells you to not support it, then still vote. But at the very least, please take a stand on this very important issue. And lastly, I just want to give credit where credit is due. I want to thank my colleague, Mayor Tran, on supporting this project. I know we don't always see eye to eye on the issues, but I'm glad that this is one of those issues that we can find common ground on. So thank you.
I'm flattered. Thank you. Geez, I'm flattered. Come on, we've voted on a lot of things. Come on now. I vote with everybody. I would say I'm the one person up here with the track record of voting with each member. Proud of that. But yeah, look at the last affordable housing project. That was a yes. Others, yes as well. So I think when it comes to affordable housing, the ordinance, that's a yes. So no thanks needed. We're just doing our job. I want to go to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Chan. Also, I want to thank your leadership on this one, because when I came tonight, I really didn't know how I was going to vote. So hearing from both sides, then I'm convinced. But before I vote, I just want to make sure I'm clear on the items that were discussed tonight. Make sure I'm looking at the city manager to take a note on this ones, please. Maximize the rehousing to families, if we can, the 24 one. Make sure to be firm that the lease would be broken if they get involved with any criminal activities.
Let's just focus on the felonies, yeah.
Yes.
Infractions, sometimes it happens.
Infractions,
it happens.
Right. Make sure that the social services part of it, which Councilmember Dominguez mentioned too, is comparable to the number of residents. It's going to be whatever ratio is based on, and we look to Ms. Hernandez on that end. Number 4 is the contract. I want to make sure that the contract will always be 176, 20, and 24 for the perpetuity of the project. That should not change. Number 5, I would like, as I reiterated earlier, the agreement has to be approved by the city in terms of that said contract. And the last one would be the marketing part of it. And I look to, again, to Ms. Hernandez, because I really want more Milpitas. And I think all our council members and mayor feel the same way. We want to do as much as we can to focus on Milpitas residents. And I think Ms. Hernandez brought up 2 good points on that. I need to see that as well. That being said, Mayor, that's all I'm saying.
That's amazing, you know, your leadership on this item and all those recommendations, you know, as the maker of the motion, I fully accept those amendments. I mean, that was an extensive list, and you got the city manager over here, again, writer's cramp, but he's still going. And so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, that was.
Thank you, second.
That was thorough. That was thorough. Okay. So I made the motion for the letter, as I stated, and Councilmember Fan with the second. All right. All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. And the motion is carried 4-0.
Just wanted to clarify that the motion included the amendments that Councilmember Chua made.
Yes.
And the seconder approved it.
Yes, that was all in the motion. Yeah. Okay. Great, thanks. Hearing no objections. Okay, great. Congratulations for everybody working on this, core company and the county Office of Supportive Housing. You know, when I think we connect like we did tonight, we can do some really amazing things in Milpitas. It's just about connecting with each other fully. So I want to thank the Office of Supportive Housing because we are grateful for the funding for this project in our city and the impact that it'll make. So we look forward to doing more things together, really together. And so thank you, everybody. We took public comment. Everything is good. And hopefully the groundbreaking soon. I'm gonna hopefully before December, help me. Yeah, hopefully before December. I won't be the mayor no more. But have a great night. Have a great night. Have a great night. We'll talk later. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Where's the vice mayor at? Please. Let's go to item number 19. Review the list of agenda item requests from individual council members and provide direction to staff through the prioritization process on the items in group 1 and provide additional clarification to staff, if any, in group 2 items. And we'll go to our assistant city manager, Ashwini Kantak, and our deputy city manager, Walter Rossman. Time check 10:21. Colleagues, let's get the voting web page that was sent to us earlier from our information systems director, Daniel Nam. Please have that out and ready to go. And we'll let staff do the presentation and we'll go to the vote. And let's get the heck out of here.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. We'll keep it really brief. So I'm joined by Walter Rossman and several department heads for this item. And then similar to our last prioritization discussion in January, we do not have slides for each of the items, but we will be prepared to bring up the documents with the additional details if you want to discuss. So if we could just have the slide pick up. Next slide. And so, as you know, we've been doing this now for over a year, this type of prioritization process. In January of 2021, council provided direction to bring individual council agenda item requests forward on a quarterly basis. And we've had 3 sessions prior to this one. And through this process, council's actually reviewed and provided direction on almost 160 agenda item requests. So our last prioritization was held in January of 2022. And we are now bringing forward items that have come up since actually October of 2021 through March 15, 2022. So if we could go to the next slide. Again, I think you're pretty familiar by now with the groups, but we have a total of 78 items. Group 1 is, again, items that have not been initiated, but these will require more than 4 hours of staff time, and these are the ones that you will be voting on. And they may require additional funding or resources as well. Group 2 items, again, not initiated, but less than 4 hours of staff time, so no need for prioritization. But we just list them, and if you have additional input or direction or questions on them, happy to take those. Group 3 items, again, for your reference, just currently underway. We've received direction before, so they're already in progress. And then Group 4 is items that have either been completed, postponed indefinitely, or withdrawn by the requester. And these are the items that are done after January. So Group 1, based on feedback we had before in December, we've kind of categorized them so that you can easily look through what's ordinances and policies, what's projects and programs, and then, of course, we have a catch-all miscellaneous group. And as you know, the one-page write-ups for Group 1 items includes information about the work effort, any required resources and funding, impacts on the work plan items, also current status, any other considerations for council, and then also any additional clarification or direction specifically that we need from council today. And so of the 10 Group 1 items, we have estimates, cost estimates for 4 of them at about $275,000 up to 520 staff hours. And then 6 items, we have questions for council, and then depending on the direction and if these are approved to move forward, we can bring back additional information. Next slide, please. So again, the process is pretty similar to what you did just a few months ago in January. So we have much fewer items this time. So you have the list of Group 1 items in your packet. So you can look at that along with the write-ups. And of course, staff's available for questions if you have any. We will be using the electronic voting system. You have links for those that can be conducted on your mobile devices. And the results will be displayed on the screen for the public to view by each council member. And any items that receive 3 or more votes are considered to be approved. And at this time, because it's a total of 10 Group 1 items, we're asking that council prioritize, kind of looking at it proportionally, 5 top items. And so in round 1, if we get to 5, we'll kind of deem the prioritization process complete at that point. And if not, we'll go to additional rounds. What we're proposing, Mayor and Council, is in round 2, we'll still kind of look at the number of items that still need to get on the list, and you will be given those many items to vote on. But after round 2, if we need to go to more rounds, we will drop the items which receive 0 votes. And you can click on the plus sign to pick your top 5 items, again, similar to what you did last time. And if you do change your mind, you can always use the recycle bin icon to deselect an item and add another one. And once you pick 5, you will not be able to pick any more in the first round. And then similarly for each subsequent round, depending on the number of items needed. And then of course, our IT director, Nam, is available to assist you in case you need help. So if we can go to the next slide, please. And in terms of fiscal impact, as I noted earlier, we have estimated approximate costs for 4 of the Group 1 items, need some additional direction and clarification from council on the 6. And depending on what moves forward, if additional funding or resources are needed, we will bring those back next week as part of the budget study session discussion. So with that, we can move forward to questions from council, and then when you're ready, to the voting process itself.
Thank you so much, our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak. And while our council gets the voting devices prepared and ready for a voting, let's go to public comment for this item. It's the priority list. If there's any public comment in the chamber, looking to the left, to the right, to the center. I see coming down the aisle, we have our Commissioner, Voltaire Montemayor. How are you?
Thank you. Oh, yeah, it's really a fair process. So I'm grateful. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Uncle. Okay, we'll go to the Zoom. If you're still with us, folks, thank you. Thank you, truly. It's always better to conduct public service together. And so I see no virtual raised hands on the Zoom for the item number 19. We'll go bring up the discussion back up to the council. I see everybody in their seat with their phones out. Let me check here with my neighbor. Okay, does anybody need more time to set up the web page voting system? Okay, Councilmember Fan, looks like you're getting it loaded. That's good. Yeah. Yep, just a little bit away. And so here we go. It's the first round of voting. I believe our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini, said, choose your top 5. Is that what?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, great. Fantastic. And we're just moments away, folks, from voting. Feel free to look down the list. Feel free to look down the list. That way you don't go one by one and then run out of votes. We wouldn't want that. Also, I don't think we're obligated to vote for 5. Perhaps you want to vote for 4 or 3 or 2 or 1 item. That may be an option as well. And let's go. Let's get started. Cue the Jeopardy song, music. Okay. Not today? Okay. Next time. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Yeah. Gotta have fun. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, I think our Information Systems Department Director is tracking the votes. And once all the votes are tallied by each voter or elected official on the City Council, we can proceed to the next step. Oh, wow. Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Would you like me to read the results?
Nah, we don't need to read it. This is just look at the final tally. That just in the interest of time. Just flash it, yeah, for the screen. Okay. Looks like we have one that stands out, number 3. Or pardon me, 6. Number 6 on the agenda item request. Proposal by Vice Mayor Montano. Okay. Everything else is a tie.
So, Mayor,
Yeah.
for our process, I mean, we already have more than 5 with 3 or more votes. So
okay.
We're pretty much good to go with the 6.
Okay, let me take it. So this is it, huh? Okay. All right. Hey, great job, everybody. All right. A lot of stuff. Looking forward to the art murals. Actually, maybe put some glowing patterns on there. Okay, Ashwin, you take us away.
Okay, I mean, Wendy, you want to read out the items that made it just for the public if somebody's listening, but we basically, Mayor, as we said, anything more than 3 votes is considered approved.
Okay.
Yes, so item CC3, exploring making temporary third-party food delivery fee caps permanent, received 3 votes. CC4, develop a plan for future solar panels at city facilities, received 3 votes. CC6, evaluate child care center reopening to be operated by a nonprofit organization, received 4 votes. CC8, explore mural art on Great Mall Parkway on VTA-owned pillars, received 3 votes. CC9, consider placing City Hall address on building facade, received 3 votes. And CC10, explore a lease for vacant land adjacent to library for city use, received 3 votes.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Unless you have any additional thoughts for us on the other items on group 2.
No, I think that's simple as that. Thank you, staff, for all your work. And I hope that as we spend 4 more hours of staff time on these things, folks at City Hall can enjoy making these proposals and ideas become reality. It's certainly a great satisfaction in the work that we choose to do. So I just want to thank everybody. I mean, Anthony's still working on the food cap for life. Food cap for life. Yeah. Yeah, as we prepare to adjourn the meeting before 12 o'clock, the streak. Oh, yeah, it's been a blessing to end these meetings before 12, and we can always go faster every night, but I think we are all really enjoying. I want to say we're enjoying this time that we're having. I think it's a good one. I want to adjourn this meeting in honor of a resident that recently passed away, Rodney Schuler. He lived up at the top of Yosemite and the corner of Carlsbad. And I've known Rodney for over 20 years, and he is actually my childhood friend's stepdad. And he recently passed away due to a seizure. And he was always there for us and all the boys and girls growing up. If we knocked on the door, he'd open it, welcome us, made sure that we were safe and things. These are just unsung heroes in the community, and this is somebody that unexpectedly passed away. So I want to put it in the minutes if that's okay. Let me spell it out for our city clerk. It's Rodney, Rodney, last name Schuler, Schuler, and he lived on Carlsbad here in Milpitas for over 20 years with his wife and two stepsons and another son and some grandchildren. So definitely a lot of sadness around Milpitas for so many of us that grew up here. And Rodney's funeral is tomorrow. I'll be flying out to the funeral, and I just want to do a moment of silence. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned. The streak continues. See, people gotta keep